are looking live.
Paul chimes in first in under a minute. Top of the morning to you, sir. Love the encouragement, baby Jules. It's like clapping the hands together, saying, all right, guys, just keep matriculating the ball down the field. Did you take that 650 out?
I did not.
Okay,
I will do it next week.
I haven't either.
High quality H2O right there.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Some high quality H2O right there.
There you go. Good morning, EB Hill.
Yeah, literally the computer that the satellite's on. There's a list of 6 different satellites you can connect to.
Okay.
I pull it up. There's not one of the 6 on there.
Huh.
I'm losing my mind. I'm like,
sure.
Then I see no internet. I'm like, okay.
All right.
Don't know how to get that back on the normal ways. I checked down the hall. Internet working? Yeah, internet's working. So restarted the computer, turn it off, turn it back on. Fortunately, it worked.
Engineering 101. Do we have Richard Gallo's number in Portugal? Because the good thing is, if you call him there, it's after 11 a.m.
Got that right.
Need to reach out to him. Richard, if you ever get a phone call at around 11:30 a.m., it's important. Somebody else I was talking to a couple of weeks ago was talking about retiring in Portugal. I said, I know somebody who did that.
All right.
Are we doing this? Oh, we're doing this. Uh-oh.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. It's the first Tuesday of June. Hope your week got off to a good start. Thanks for being with us. How the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. How are you this morning, Mark? How's summer vacay going for the 10-year-old?
Well, just one day in. She did fine in day one. I had something happen to me yesterday that has never happened to me in my entire life.
What, ever?
Ever. And it's not necessarily a good thing.
I was going to say, you're not 30,
No. But I mean, I have the same routine, a little bit added on to it now with Trent leaving. So finished the show, did what I had to get done here.
Wait, Trent left?
Who's Trent?
We had a Trent? What's a Trent?
I failed to remember, David. But regardless, yesterday I get home and I've got Frank the dog. And I take Frank for his walk. And Frank's getting older. The walks are getting shorter and they're taking longer. He's not moving all that well.
Kind of like us.
Exactly. But every once in a while, Frank wants to make a left instead of a right on his usual walk.
All right.
And Frank decided he was going to make a left. I said, all right, you know what? Let the dog run the show today. Some new smells. We'll make a left and see what you find down here. And I don't take but 30 steps after the left and I go under a tree, at which point I felt a splat right on top of my head.
Oh, no.
A bird, you know what, right on my noggin. Now, I don't know if that's good luck or not. I'm hoping so.
You're going to spin that's good luck?
In Haiti.
You think that's the equivalent of finding the coin heads up?
I don't know. All I'm saying is I played golf yesterday. My partner and I won a little cash.
Okay. Just the last time you played golf, did you win?
No.
Okay. So you're going to credit
that bird.
Because I have to admit that when I used to play a good round, sometimes I would credit the coin I would use as a ball marker. And then I would have to keep that coin. I mean, there's no way. I was not putting that quarter because I marked my ball with a quarter. That quarter was not going back into circulation till the next time I played golf. That quarter had putts in it.
I don't know if I'm going to be making a left with the dog tomorrow when I plan on playing golf again to see if the bird is in the same spot.
Well, the bird
once again on top of my head.
Well, the bird probably has the same routine, so I'll bet the bird's in the area.
We'll find out how regular the bird is tomorrow, and I'll keep you updated. But yes, David, a bird went number 2 right on my noggin.
State Street there is that bird's territory is State Street. So if I were you, I'd make the left and keep going down State Street. Have you named the bird? Okay, so when you see a bird flying overhead, kind of like you do the dog, Frank, okay, can you name the bird? Charlie, hey, Charlie. A little much?
No, I you know what? Maybe that's during, the 21,000s of text line, name the bird that
that went number 2 on your head.
Exactly.
Now, listen, I have to admit, if I'm a neighbor, and this just in, Mark, some neighbors are nosy. All right. If by chance you make a left down State Street there and you start yelling up into the sky, hey, Charlie, okay, I have to admit the neighbor's going to be like, oh, wow, we got a wild one here. Because all of a sudden, if you're yelling at the clouds and stuff.
Looking up, Charlie, where are you at?
Right.
I need some luck.
Right. They think you're talking to the dead or the spirits or what have you. It's like, wow, look at this live one we got. It's 11 a.m. and hasn't even gotten hot yet. Look at this. So, all right. I think, can't confirm it. Who do I talk to? So one time I came out in the morning and I don't know where I was going, but I'm up earlier than I normally am. And I come out and my car was the one we would always leave out. My wife's car would go in the garage, even though we had a 2-car garage, like most people. We had too much stuff in the garage. We couldn't park 2 cars in it anymore. So my wife's car went in, mine stayed outside. And I think it was, don't airplanes kind of like, like hit the lever and just kind of let some stuff out? Anyway, there was some stuff that was all over my car. And I mean from edge of the hood to back of the bumper, like a line. I mean, almost like a dust cropper, only they didn't, right.
A really big pelican is what you're saying.
And very messy. Yes, and quite the odeur. And I come outside and there's like 30 birds, big ones that are all, going after all the sludge that's on my car. And I'm like, how the heck am I going to get in my car here? I got to fend off the Hitchcock movie. So it wasn't on me, but it was on my car. I mean, Mark, it was almost so severe that I got the car washed. Okay. Almost. I mean,
you just waited for a good rain to hose that off.
I hosed it off myself to the point where I could drive it. And then I just waited for Mother Nature to take care of the rest. Since I felt Mother Nature caused the problem, that Mother Nature eventually could take care of the rest.
That's right. You don't do car washes.
I don't. My wife is big into the cleaning of the interior of the car. If it wasn't for that, I don't know if I'd go to a car wash all year. Honestly, my wife, meanwhile, every 4 to 6 weeks is like, we got to clean the car. And I go, you mean the inside, right? She's like, yeah. So I go to the car wash just for them to vacuum the inside of the car.
All right.
Yeah, I get the super duper, whatever, 40 something bucks, $45, whatever it is. I tip really well. All right, no 22%. I take $20 and then just split it amongst however many people are divvying up the car. I think that's pretty good.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Another place that we've decided that let's not pay the employees enough. Let's make sure we guilt the customer into tipping more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm okay with that. Like, unfortunately, I gotta say, I don't tip at fast food places. I don't. I'm sorry. I hope that doesn't make me a bad person.
No, it doesn't.
Right? I don't. All right. I maybe if I go inside, which is not very often anymore, maybe I throw $1 in, but usually I just donate money to the charitable causes that are on the counter. That's about the only place I don't tip. Everywhere else, although for whatever reason, I tip at Chipotle. Come to think of it, I do. I tip at Chipotle.
Interesting. I'm not big on the fast food tipping. They're not waiters. They're not getting paid under minimum wage because they're reliant on tips. Right. It is just mere guilting the customer into giving more money when they're already overcharging for that damn burrito.
And come to think of it, Jersey Mike's also. And I don't know if it's because I'm watching them make it. So I say a little something for the effort. Here you go. So that's probably 2 places I tip.
So DeVito's commercials are working on you is what you're saying.
Well, I was a big fan long before.
Oh, I know.
Danny DeVito said, hey, I could make. I mean, I was even a big fan before they hired Aaron Judge. By the way, they hired Judge to be their national spokesperson the season before he hit 62. That's whoever that marketing person was. Hire that person. Okay, who can we get really good value for? Somebody who I think's just about ready to. I think Aaron Judge is going to have a really big year. Who? He plays for the Yankees. Oh, a Yankee? Yeah, a big year, like 50 plus homers. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, yeah. 62. Boom. There you go. What subs does he eat? Jersey Mike's. Hell, I can hit a homer. There you go. Power of marketing. But so it looks like we got another sports betting gambling little thing going on.
We do. This time a baseball player. He's about to be banned for life.
Yeah, he is. He is. And not only that, he wasn't even playing. He was hurt. Out for the year. Not only
Boy.
that, he was betting on Pirates games last year. He was injured for the Pirates. He bet on Pirates games. What the? I mean, he couldn't have been betting on them to win, right?
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, if you're dumb enough to bet on the Pirates to win, should you really? Is that the reason
Yes.
you're being banned for life?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it is, David. There are just too many stupid people in this league. We're going to get rid of one here.
What Manfred had said, now listen, if you bet on them to lose, okay, maybe I've got some wiggle room here. But I mean, what in the world? So yeah. I got to admit, you can't be a Major League Baseball player and not know the rules, right? I mean, of all the sports, you have to know, if you're a Major League Baseball player, what the deal is, right?
It's posted everywhere.
But not only that, it's got the most high profile.
Yeah, but I won't even go there with this athlete. I'm not even saying he knows who Pete Rose is.
It's possible. It's true. I mean, he's only 24 years old, and Rose was banned 35 years ago. So, yeah, I guess that's possible to not know who Pete Rose is. But to not know the story?
Even if he doesn't know the story, David, they tell these players over and over and over again. It is just thinking that you can get away with something that no one else has been able to get away with.
And you really can see the sign in every clubhouse. Now, it's not like they hide it. It's not like hidden behind a trash can. The sign is very visible in every clubhouse. And it's not like they have a lot on the wall in a clubhouse. I mean, they don't. I mean, they're nicely painted, bunch of lockers, and then there's the sign. You know, and it doesn't say no smoking.
It says no betting on baseball.
Right. Right. Banned for life. No, it's all right there. Yep.
And he thought he could game the system and bet on baseball.
And not only that, now that sports betting is legalized, we've been telling you, they monitor it better than ever. You're not betting with Charlie, okay, down at the corner. I know a guy. They're tracking your bets. Stupid.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com.
Now, I think this 3-person shot will be done at some point this week, too.
Oh, okay.
Trying to get this computer to be the one that I use inside of here. Baby steps.
Wait, Arby's is selling burgers? Oh my God. That's a lead story.
I used to love me a beef and cheddar.
I still do. It's so horrible. It's awesome. That fake cheese, like some of the Philly places put on their cheesesteaks. Jon Stewart's weekly takedown of Arby's used to be so hysterical. And Arby's was smart enough to encourage him to do it.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
They would like send food to the staff. Bring your ass. And yet, Mac, you're going. You a North Sider or a South Sider, Mac? Mac, you are a fan. Good for you. Results came in mostly good. Still got stuff growing in there. They say it's not cancerous. They still want me to stay on the every 3 months, though. So, Mark, see you at the end of August. Kilos, you don't think it's maybe that he was 52 and he was huge and maybe he had a heart attack?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Starting 5 in about 15 minutes. David Samson at the top of the hour. We are Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark, by the way, you disclosed last segment that you were dumped on. You were dive bombed.
I was, yes.
All right. And there's a gentleman in our Twitch chat room that said, hey, Mark, happened to my dad many years ago at the beach. He's 91 and healthy as a cat. All right. So it's good luck.
I told you, it's good luck. It's the first thing I said, and you disputed it. Now we had someone in the Twitch chat room says it's good luck. Well, that must be true.
I didn't dispute it. I was just wanting to know your second source, if you know what I mean. I was just pulling a Dan Patrick. We need 2 sources before we go public with this. You sounded like you were grasping at straws, and I was just asking for some confirmation. That's
all right. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yes, a bird dude on my head yesterday, and I think it's good luck. It's the only way I could spin it.
Okay.
Golf went well, won a little money. So far, so good. I don't know how long the luck lasts.
Well, apparently at least 37 more years. Okay. I mean, right now, the only other person we know what happened to is 91. So,
Might
you
have
know,
to get a lottery ticket today, and we'll go from there.
Hey, how much money do you have to win when you buy the lottery ticket for you to like consider it a win? Because to me, a free ticket that $4, no. I mean, what do you once you go, oh wow, I won something. 20, 40, 50? What?
$100.
Okay. Then I don't think we've ever won, and we've been playing the lottery for most of our marriage, and it'll be 28 years on Saturday, and we've never won $100.
28 years?
Oh, good God.
Oh, good God.
All
If
right.
she said that for 16. What the hell's she going to say for 28?
All right. Go back. This is our first act. Okay. Wife and I, along with mother-in-law, my mom, my grandmother, daughter, friend of daughter, we all went on a cruise together. All right. Wife and I thought we're having a moment. All right. Swimming. And I said, hey, we got a big year coming up. And I think it was going to be 15. You think it was 16? I thought it was going to be 15.
Okay. Yeah. That makes
no,
more
you
sense.
might be right. Anyway, I look at my wife, I've got this little mini, it's just flowing. I'm trying to be romantic. And I look at her and I think we're in a pool. Okay. And it's dark. Okay. On the cruise ship. Okay. But you got the lights in the background. And I look at her and I go, and it'll be 16 years. And before I could really finish and deliver the romantic line, she says fairly loudly, 16 years. Oh, good God. Right. Yeah.
So no idea what she'll say for 28.
I may have to bleep it out, actually, is where we've gotten to. You know how there are anniversaries? What do you get at 20, 25, 30? In our case, it's what language do we use? 28. Oh, blankety, blank, blank. Oh, there you go. Good. Listen, we failed so badly on our poll question yesterday that we may have to bring it back tomorrow, because I actually thought it was a decent question. But we didn't promote it or anything.
Oh, we never even posted it.
Okay, good.
I never even got it up. I had too much going on yesterday. I was a little verklempt.
Great.
With the new job duties, and it never happened.
Right. So, well, that's good. Tomorrow's question or Thursday's question is done. That's fantastic. Okay. So, before the show, we had our big pre-show meeting, and it lasts, normally about 38 to 43 seconds. And you said you had a poll question. So
I do.
Lay it on me.
I do. I was perusing the New York Post yesterday and saw an article that the title just simply says, I never return my grocery cart at the supermarket. Haters can judge all they want. And I read it and find out that Leslie Dobson, who's a psychologist from Los Angeles, is the person who posted this on TikTok. It has had over 11 million views. In which she further explains after saying, I'm not returning my shopping cart. You can judge me all you want. She said, I'm not getting my groceries into the car, getting my children into the car, and leaving them in the car to go return the cart. So if you're going to give me a dirty look, blank off.
Yeah. And another thing.
So I want to know from our audience if they return their shopping carts, because it has become the litmus test, David, of whether or not you're a good person.
I did not know that.
It is the, are we capable of self-governing, basically? And I am someone who, I was not guilted into this, but for the longest time, I didn't. I just put it between the
Cars.
feelers there.
Yeah, okay.
And, out of the way so a car wouldn't hit it. I didn't leave it in a spot.
So you didn't put it on the four corners where there are 4 parking spots, and you leave it right on the corner and go, if everybody parks their car properly, no one will touch this.
Right.
Okay.
And something happened, something came over me. And I there's part of me that understands where this lady's coming from. If you got kids,
right,
and then you got to leave the kid in the car to go take the shopping cart back, that could put anxiety on a mother. I can see where that's a problem.
By the way, can we just define shopping cart back? Okay, back sounds like you have to return it inside the store. Most places have an area in the parking lot where you put the carts.
The corral, the shopping cart corral.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so is that qualify as?
Absolutely that qualifies.
Okay,
That's where they go. Where they got the signs on them that, that's, you take your shopping cart back to either the cart corral or,
Yes.
sometimes if you get a really good spot at Publix, I will actually take it back inside because that's closer.
I understand. Right. It's their version of self-serve. I got it. Okay. All right.
Do you return your shopping carts, David?
Mark, and maybe it was just being an only child and my mom worked a lot. And so the rule of thumb was, hey, listen, you come home after school, you do your homework. And if you do your homework, then you've got till 5:00 in which you can go wherever and do whatever. And so we lived right near a big mall, and about a half mile, 3/4 mile walk, and I'd be in the mall. And, Mark, I don't know. There were times where, just to amuse myself, I just kind of hung out in the parking lot and returned carts. And remember, they didn't have barns back then.
No, you had to take them right up front.
You brought them back inside the store. Even.
Yep.
Yeah. And so I would just kind of spend a half hour talking to people and cleaning up the car. You work here? Yep. I'm 10. Okay. Yep. All right. Grab the carts and, what have you. And a few people tip me, quarter here, this, that, and the other thing. Okay, great. And I will say the couple of the stores kind of, gave me coupons and what have you. And I just kind of amused myself. And then looked at my watch and went, I got to get home before I get grounded. So, Mark, not only do I return them, I've been returning them when it was like, I was an illegal worker. I returned them so much.
Child labor laws and everything.
Yes. I mean, these grocery stores would have gotten in trouble if the inspectors had come by with, who's the 11-year-old working the parking lot?
Good to know. Because now I am like, I don't return other people's carts, but I return mine every time. It does not matter. Rain, heat, whatever the case may be, the cart goes back to its proper spot.
I have found myself returning women's carts now. Like if I'm taking mine to where it needs to go, and if there are women, okay, I will wait and say, hey, I'll take your cart for you. And I look right at him and go, chivalry is not dead, ladies. But this is about as far as we can go. The starting 5 is next.
Law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims.
I'm not so sure that that's a politically correct thing. I mean, it's just something you shouldn't say. Come on now. I think we all know what he meant, though. And he was talking, kind of like he was in the locker room, but
Bad choice.
yeah, shouldn't go there
Bad choice.
because it's not a term of endearment. It's a denigrating term, and she didn't earn it. Right. Now he could have said that, Realtor Clark. He could have said that badass white girl, and it would have got the same point across. Oh, Adam. Honestly, I'd have to hunt you down. I would figure out a way to dent your car with a shopping cart. Boop. Here you go.
Figure out a way to dent your car.
Have you ever used your car to move a shopping cart? That somebody does what leaves the cart in the wrong place, and you just have to gently move it. Got to clear things up here. Jago and I have no idea, honestly.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. David Samson will join us at that time. Steve Carney, 1 hour from now. Howie Karpin will join us in our bonus hour. He's co-authored the book on sports phone. Looking forward to talking to Howie in our fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Magic numbers, by the way, 81, 88, 93. 81 days till week 0, 88 days to week 1 of the college football season kicking off. 93 days, 13 weeks and 2 days. 13 weeks from Thursday. Little Chiefs-Ravens action from Arrowhead. Right now, it is time for...
I played it.
I don't hear a thing. I don't know if anybody else does.
Huh.
No. There we go. Oh, here we go.
I just hit some more buttons.
Okay.
When in doubt, press buttons, David.
Turn it off, turn it on. Is that what you're saying?
I'm doing a lot of that this morning.
Yeah, well, it finally worked. We'll start with baseball. How about that? San Diego Padres infielder Tucupita Marcano is facing a lifetime ban from baseball after MLB received info that he bet on Pirates games while with the team last year. Marcano's 24. He tore his ACL last year and reportedly bet on Pirates games while injured. 4 other minor leaguers face penalties for betting on baseball as well. Now, Mark, if you're in the minor leagues, even if you're on the 40-man roster, it is not a lifetime ban because you're not betting on your team. You can't be. You're in the minors. And there's no betting on AAA or AA or anything baseball. But you can be suspended for up to a year. And there are 4 minor leaguers facing that penalty. 8 games in the majors last night. Nice moment in Philadelphia. Rhys Hoskins played 7 years in Philadelphia, was a good player. He tore his ACL in spring training last year. Bryce Harper, remember when he took one for the team? He said, I'll move from right field to first base. Besides, I got that elbow injury. It might not be the worst thing in the world for me. And so Harper moved to first to replace Hoskins. Well, Hoskins was in the final year of his contract. The Phillies and Harper, after the season, decided, you know what? I'll stay at first. Well, means they didn't need Rhys Hoskins anymore. So Hoskins signed as a free agent with the Brewers, and he returned to Philadelphia last night. And fortunately, it was one of those moments where the Phillies played his old walk-up music, and the crowd rose, standing ovation. The Phillies are selling out games even during the week. And 40-plus thousand on their feet, rousing ovation. The Phillies dugout emptied. And, in front of the dugout, they were applauding. The guys in the field were applauding. The catcher does a smart thing. He walks around so that the whole pitch clock thing doesn't start. Nice moment. Hoskins would later homer in the 7th off Zach Wheeler. Only run of the day for the Brewers. Phillies beat them 3-1. David Dell made his Phillies debut, and he homered as well for the Phillies. Orioles have won 9 of 11. They beat Toronto 7-2 behind 2 homers from Austin Hayes. Tigers beat Texas 2-1. Jake Rogers with 2 solo homers to win the game. By the way, did you hear the Tigers announcement, Mark? They're going to retire Jim Leland's number 10. He managed 8 years, won 700 games, 2 pennants. Tigers went to the playoffs, I think, like 5 times during that stretch, but the 06 and 2010 pennants. He's 3rd all-time on the wins list with 700 wins in Detroit, but he's going into the Hall of Fame this summer, and like a week or 2 after he goes into the Hall of Fame, the Tigers are going to retire his number. Now, they did retire Sparky's number at least, but, I mean, he won 1,700 games in Detroit.
It's a stretch, David.
I agree.
It's a stretch.
I was going to let
won
you
the last game once. That would mean, they never won the last game with him.
No, they got to the World Series twice. They lost both times.
Right. I think it's a stretch. And this is a team with a rich history. I mean,
yeah, Greenberg, K-Line, Cobb, right. Mm-hmm. I know. It seemed like a stretch to me, but I was going to let a guy who grew up in Michigan rooting for the Tigers tell me what, if you thought it was a stretch, then, okay.
Yeah, I think it's a stretch. And I love Jim Leland.
Sure.
I mean, no one fired heaters from inside the dugout quite like Leland.
By the way, did you see Charlie Hull, the golfer at the U.S. Women's Open? All right. She was, during the practice rounds, she was smoking while signing autographs. And everybody was like, they've got their own John Daly. Now, Charlie Hull is like mid-20s and very attractive, skinny. Okay, not John Daly. No mohawk, no big guy. No But so Charlie Hull was like a cult hero at the U.S. Women's Open last week. Crowd yelling, "Fire him up!" Astros with 4 in the 8th beat the Cardinals 7-4. Our Reds, Mark, whenever we don't talk about them, they win. They beat Colorado 13-3. Mark, here's how bad it is in the National League. The Reds are 27-33, 6 below 500. You know how many games they're out of a playoff spot?
Not many. Right.
2. Right. Mets gave up 2 more in the 9th, but this time they won 8-7 over Washington. It's got to be the worst bullpen in the majors. Angels snap a 5-game losing streak. They beat the Padres 2-1. And if we still had the play of the day, I can tell you right now what it would be. It would be Pavin Smith's walk-off pinch hit 2-run homer for the Diamondbacks to beat the Giants 4-2. Arizona's won 3 in a row. The Giants have lost 4 in a row. The real drama yesterday, though, was college baseball and softball. First off, hats off to the Gators in baseball. They beat 11th-seeded Oklahoma State 4-2 to advance as a super regional. Florida will take on the 6th-seed Clemson in the super regionals this weekend. Other winners, Oregon State, North Carolina, who dethroned defending champ LSU in extra innings, UConn, and Evansville.
Yeah, the Purple Aces took down my Pirates yesterday.
East Carolina, probably the best program that has never made the College World Series. They have been really good the last 10 years. They cannot get to Omaha, all right? And they thought they'd be hosting a super regional, and instead Evansville, who only got into the tournament because they won, the Missouri Valley Conference tournament, and a 41-win team from that conference didn't get an at-large berth. Evansville will be in the super regional. For what it's worth, Florida State will host a super regional. They will host UConn. Mark, the seeds 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 13 will play host in the college baseball super regionals. And give it up to the Gators in softball. Oklahoma had not lost a game in the NCAA tournament in the last 4 years. And the Gators beat them yesterday 9-3. Originally, if the Gators had won, they were going to play a second game. They decided, what are we doing that for? We'll just come back tomorrow. So Oklahoma and Florida today, 2:00 ESPN. Winner takes on Texas in a best-of-3 national championship. So you might as well call it an all-SEC affair, even though Texas is technically representing the Big 12 one final time. But the Gators in Oklahoma today, 2:00. Winner faces top-seeded Texas for the softball national title. U.S. Open qualifying yesterday. You know, Adam Scott has the second longest consecutive majors played streak ever. Nicklaus has played in like 140 in a row. Adam Scott has played in 91 consecutive majors. That streak is in jeopardy. He bogeyed 18 in a 36-hole qualifier, which put him in a playoff, and then he got beat on a third playoff hole. Adam Scott right now is an alternate for the U.S. Open, having played in 91 consecutive majors. He's played in every major since the 2001 Open Championship. I just wanted to bring the accent back in.
No. You're doing great.
Thank you. Matt Kuchar, by the way, won his qualifier. Cooch is in the Open. All right. Webb Simpson qualified for the U.S. Open. 15 of the 17 LIV golfers who tried to qualify right now are on the outside looking in. A couple of them are alternates, including Joaquin Niemann, who made a double bogey late to miss qualifying by one. And by the way, Mark, we had him on the show a few months ago. FGCU's Frankie Sappin won the Durham, North Carolina qualifier. So he's in the U.S. Open, which is at Pinehurst in a week and a half. French Open. Djokovic, for the second time in 4 matches, needed 5 sets. He hurt his knee in the second set. He has said, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to play in the quarters.
Literally giving the maximum amount of pain pills and inflammatory medicine that he was allowed by doctors to continue in the match.
He was down 2-1 and 4-2 in the fourth and came back to win in 5 in 4.5 hours. He will play 7-seed Casper Ruud, who took out the last American left in the field, Taylor Fritz, in 4 sets. The 5th-seed Medvedev ousted the 4th seed, however, Zverev, a winner in 5. There are 2 quarters today on the men's side. Dimitrov against Sinner, Tsitsipas against Alcaraz. On the women's side, American Emily Navarro's Cinderella run was ended by the 2-seed Sabalenka in the 4th round. However, and in fact, Mark, it's going on right now. I really should have checked this. Okay. Women's side, French Open, Coco Gauff is up 4-1 in the 3rd to advance to the semis. So there. NFL, 2 news of notes, 1 celebratory. Wide receivers continue to get paid. It happened late during our show yesterday. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, 4 years, $140 million extension. That's 35 per. CD Lamb, Jamar Chase, and if Stephon Diggs in a year, they're all going, nice contract. Way to go, big fella. 110 of the 140s guaranteed. Very sad story. Hall of Famer Larry Allen. Remember the Cowboys' great offensive lineman? Was with his family in Mexico over the weekend. Died suddenly. No official cause of death at the age of just 52. Sorry to end on that note at 9 minutes before the hour. That was
the starting five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
he had the advantage of playing for the Cowboys, and also he played for the Cowboys when they were great. But during that time, Larry Allen started a few years before Baselli, started a few years before Orlando Pace, but, arguably for his era, arguably the best offensive lineman in the game during his time, Larry Allen. And his most impressive highlight, I would argue, Mark, I don't know if you remember, Aikman threw a pick to a Saints linebacker, and the linebacker with a head start starts going down the sideline, and Larry Allen chased him down from behind and knocked him out of bounds inside the 20. Oh, yeah, and he bench pressed 700 pounds. They still talk about it inside the building in Dallas.
What?
They have it on video too. 700 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
that's a little bit of weight.
Oh,
bar's bending a little bit when it's bouncing off of his chest.
Yeah. Even though that was about, only twice as much as he weighed, but still, that is a lot of weight. Yeah.
Yeah, that one was a stunner yesterday when someone texted me that during the day, and I was like, oh.
That's a bummer. Emmett was in tears. He released a video in tears, which you could imagine. I mean, how many of Emmett's yards were running left behind Larry Allen?
Quite a few, David.
Well, only about 7,000.
Right. Quite a few.
Right. David Samson. He's got a lot to say about a lot of things, and so we encourage him to say some of those things with us, and he will do so next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have
Good morning, David.
Oh, I hear you.
All right. I don't know why the one camera's blank. That's a little peculiar, but
we have to have that camera angle on to
right.
stay
But
on.
it shouldn't be blank. That's
I know.
I don't understand, but a lot of things I don't understand.
I never really did quite get the Pythagorean theory.
I didn't even understand its purpose.
Maybe it's how you build jet engines.
So how much feedback did you get when you and your buddy were hugging when the Panthers scored the empty netter in game 5 and that people were telling you, you were on TV, you were on TV?
So that was my son.
Oh, okay.
And our phones blew up, to say the least. So we figured something was going on.
Right.
And so there's not perfect service. So as soon as you get service, it was
Sure.
either someone's dead or you were on TV. Those are the only two options.
For what it's worth, I went to game 6 and I'm a Rangers fan. And let me tell you, Panthers fans did not sell their tickets. That place was over 90% Panthers.
Much
Now,
more so than the early series.
Games 3 and 4, apparently it was 1/3 or even greater Rangers fans. But nope.
Florida loves a clincher.
Yep. Well,
Yes, very much so.
the energy an hour and a half before that game, even in the parking lot, walking in the building. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
That it's 5 years in a row of Florida in the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, exactly.
It really is amazing.
It's so much for Minnesota being the state of hockey.
It's amazing.
Well, and we've got our minor league team in our backyard here. I mean, the youth hockey in this state now is unbelievable. Got a kid drafted in the second round 2 years in a row in the NHL draft. That's a Florida-born kid.
Didn't used to be that way.
No.
That's why leagues invest so much in youth participation, because you get some players. And if you don't get players, you get some fans.
All right, I'm flipping this back.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We look forward to Tuesdays at 7 a.m. in the East, 6 a.m. in Huntsville, because we get to talk weekly with David Samson. He of the award-winning podcast, Nothing Personal with David Samson. He's also part of the Lebitard Network, CBS Sports HQ. What's it? David Samson Podcasts is where you can download your show after the fact.
That's where you can get the show. You can get merch. You can get ticket information for my live tour. All sorts of stuff on davidsamsonpodcast.com.
Man, he had to go merch, didn't he, Mark? Right off the bat, he's got to go merch.
I know you love it.
We're so jealous.
I'm
So
telling
jealous.
you, you don't have to solve the Pythagorean theory to open up a merch store. I'm just saying, totally up to you and your producer, but it is doable.
Oh, since I'm now the producer, I might as well jump on that too.
I can walk you through it. We can go from
this.
design to website setup to sale within 3 weeks.
Hot damn. Man, it'll be a summer project for Miller and Moulton because we've got nothing on the table. Hey, when you were president of the Marlins, didn't you have a pitcher, I don't know, 8-10 years ago? Didn't he get in trouble for betting? It wasn't baseball, though, but I don't know. Did didn't he go through like an illegal bookmaker or something? How much is this talked about? How much of a concern is it now that we have widespread sports betting in this country, legal in over 40 states, because apparently a Padres infielder is about to be banned for life?
Well, you're touching on the third rail. Yeah, we did have a player, and every year before opening day, you read Rule 21, the don't gamble rule. It's the Pete Rose rule. You sit all the players down, you read it in English, Spanish, Japanese, whatever language your players speak. They pay attention, they don't pay attention, but they all know you don't bet on baseball. It's really that simple. Part one. Part two, don't use a bookie. Just don't do it. And we say it extremely clearly because it's not going to be a gray area and you're going to get caught. The problem is for the first 15 years of my career, 16, 17, gambling was something you could barely get an ad in your stadium for the Indian casino, the Native American casino. Back then it was called an Indian casino, now a Native American casino. You needed special permission from the commissioner, and he didn't like granting it. Now, of course, it's different. Every league is doing business with all the legal gambling companies. Betting on games is accessible to everybody quickly, including players, which is why you're seeing leagues with all of these rules. They're actually getting more specific. Remember football? You know this. You could be in the parking lot, but you had to be 50 feet away from a team facility. It's all ridiculous. Either you allow your players to gamble or you don't. And my view is that any player should not be gambling on any sport in order to preserve the integrity of the game and in order to allow the rest of us to bet on sports.
And David, I actually look at this. I don't look at this maybe as negatively as others do, because one of the things people always worried about was players fixing games and what would go on if they gambled. They're getting caught. With all of it being legal now, the systems are in place to catch these guys. If, I would be on the offensive if I were one of these leagues right now going, see, we're doing the right things. There's nothing going on in our sport that should make you nervous about the outcomes of our games. We're doing it the right way.
The only way to keep your murder rate at zero is to keep people employed and working and safe and have police presence. You can't rest on your laurels. Yes, it is working, but you have to be even more and more vigilant because players have more and more access to it. So I agree with you. The gambling companies, DraftKings, et cetera, have been terrific. And I should tell you, DraftKings is a sponsor of Levitard and of Nothing Personal, but they're being vigilant along with FanDuel. It's easier to catch players now, but that still doesn't mean players are not going to use illegal bookmakers. There are illegal bookmakers out there. And once illegal bookmakers enter into the fray, you have a chance to operate more on credit. And anytime you operate on credit, you're opening yourself up to trying to get out of debt that you have, even more so than when you just spend all the money in your checking account, which can happen too. So I think vigilance is still very, very important.
I'm just curious in the future, like let's just say you become president of a baseball team again. If you bring me in to give the spring training speech, if I say to your players, listen, you can't do this unless you hire an interpreter, is that okay? You know where I'm going there. Come on, that's not a bad line for 7:06 a.m.
I'm telling you, I'm not going to, of course, but it's not 7:06 to you. You've been up for 3 hours.
All right.
So I would say the reason I'm not going to bite on that line is that's a serious story within baseball that baseball has been trying really hard to get rid of and just put a tourniquet around. You got Ipe who pled guilty. He'll be sentenced. You're not going to hear another thing about it. Game. There's still questions. What exactly happened? How did this happen? What did or did not Ohtani know? And the more players who get caught, and they're going to announce potentially a lifetime ban today on a marginal player at best, a guy who hasn't even seen the field this year because of injury. And baseball's, I don't want to say happy, but it's good to suspend that type of player instead of the face of your league.
Well, also this David Fletcher guy, didn't he also use the same illegal bookmaking, that Ohtani's interpreter allegedly used? And he's trying to make it back to the majors. He's a AAA pitcher right now, isn't he?
He is. And now that MLB runs the minor leagues as well, they are certainly going to investigate, and I'm sure they are investigating what Fletcher did, how he did it, what was illegal about it, because you cannot. The rule is very clear. Even if you're betting on another sport, which you can do legally with legalized gambling, you can never use a bookmaker to gamble on anything, including whether the sky is blue. And that is a very clear rule. So Fletcher is clearly going to be investigated, and I assume he and his knuckleball are going to get suspended.
All right, we talked about this yesterday, David. We're just curious because here's the baseball story we're talking about, a gambling story. The Yankees have the best record in baseball. Their two best players are playing like the two best players in baseball, and yet the sport has no juice right now. How do you get juice for this sport? Because, on a national basis, it's not being talked about right now.
So the June juice is something we always used to talk about. The June juice is hard because you've got the NBA playoffs and you've got the NHL playoffs. So we're not looking to be number one in June, though we'll do press releases saying it's the best attendance of the first weekend of June and everything's going fantastically. But when we start counting minutes on SportsCenter as an example, and when we start taking that even more seriously, is once these playoffs end and before training camp begins in August for the NFL, that's when you want to get threads, stories that have legs that carry you into September, and that you hopefully have some races in September. And then, of course, you want to own October if possible. So this is the time of year. Remember, baseball had the juice when we started March and April. There were good stories going on. But then when NBA and NHL playoffs stay back, then you go back for the summer, what we call the dog days of summer, where it's all baseball that we'll be talking about. Then you split with football, sort of August, September, and then do your best in October.
We got a handful of minutes left. If you were the commissioner of the WNBA, would you be doing anything right now? I mean, it seems to me as if the league has totally mishandled not just Caitlin Clark, but the Indiana Fever. They played 11 games in the first 20 days of the season. They were the worst team in the league last year. Meanwhile, the best team in the league the last 2 years only played 6 games in their first 20 days. They've run this team and this player into the ground. And oh, by the way, they stacked their schedule with the 4 hardest teams in the league. Or the 4 best teams in the league. I mean,
it's
honestly,
hard to hide. There's only 12 teams in the league. It's hard.
But
to
I
hide
understand. But they
teams
literally scheduled the 4 teams that preseason everybody knew would be the best. They played like 9 of their 11 games against them. I mean, David, I got to admit, it seems like they've done this all backwards.
Well, let me say this. This is an important discussion, and I talked about it yesterday. I'm going to talk about it again on this morning's Nothing Personal, which you can watch at 10 a.m. on DraftKings Network, so you don't have to stop watching your show. People should watch it all the way through, obviously. Here's the thing. Are you happy if you're the WNBA commissioner because ESPN and Miller and Moulton and Lebitard and Nothing Personal, we're all talking about the WNBA. We're not talking about the quality of play. We're not talking anything other than the violence being promulgated against Caitlin Clark. We're talking about the racial divide that seems to be appearing and manifesting itself that's countrywide into the WNBA. We're talking about strength of schedule, but hey, we're talking about it. So if you're the commissioner, are you saying to yourself, all right, we're almost there. We're in the consciousness of the mainstream media. Eventually we'll get to the quality of play. We'll get to revenue. We'll get to franchise valuations. But for now, we got to start with this. And it reminds me of someone who misbehaves in school because they don't get enough attention and they want to get attention. It starts off by being negative until a teacher takes them around the waist and says, listen, how about if you become a genius in history or math? I'll give you a lot more attention than by throwing paper airplanes and interrupting my class. And I think that that's what the WNBA is going to get to eventually, where they're going to want their product to be the main conversation, but they'll take this right now.
So from the commissioner's standpoint, you do nothing. If you're the GM of the Fever, would you be all over your coach and players saying, we have to protect our assets better? How would you handle it if you're the GM of the team?
Can you imagine if one of our players got forearm shivered? They'd be on it right now. The next play, In baseball, you'd throw at the person. In basketball, Oakley would take a hard foul on the person. It would happen immediately. There'd be no press conferences. There'd be no bitching and moaning after about, no, it's taken care of. I think Clark's teammates should be feel ashamed about the fact that they did not. And celebrating it, I'm actually better than many people are about the other team celebrating the forearm shiver, because I grew up with, Pat Riley and the Knicks. So I'm in. Take everybody down you want, but when your teammate gets touched, take care of it.
All right, less than 30 seconds. Do you return your shopping cart? It's our poll question.
Only if it's directly next to where I park and there's an inter-parking lot return. I don't bring it all the way back to the door. I'm way too selfish for that.
But do you in the parking lot there?
If there's a place in the parking lot and
Yes.
I happen to park right there, then yes. If I park any more than 4 spots away from the return, I don't.
4 spots?
True answer.
Self-admitted, very selfish person who is very unselfish with his time with us. As always, David, we really appreciate it.
Have a great day.
Nothing personal with David Samson. He records it live 8 a.m. weekdays. And as he said, it plays back at 10 a.m. on, where's that again at 10 a.m.?
DraftKings Network.
Hot steaming deal. We need to plug you more.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Enter for a chance to win $100 off your
I have no idea why that camera went bad, but it is what it is.
Now, and I'm sure that's not the thing because you could see it. So the lid didn't fall down on it?
No, I can see it in the bottom. Like there's a behind the stage area where I see the camera. And when I put it up, there's no screen. I have no idea. And I'm really not concerned with it.
As long as it works. Four spaces. I if I'm within 4 spaces. The Mark is the one who would hand out the steroids. I'm not a proponent of it. Realtor Clark, I also hate self-checkout. So would Mark. Realtor Clark. Yep. Well, download the app, Sonny. The station has an app. Unfortunately, I can't control that. Their signals suck anyway. It's amazing we have the great ratings that we have in Southwest Florida with the signal being as bad as it is.
Yeah, Charlie Hall or whatever there. The cigarette ads.
Oh my.
She's a smoke show. Literally.
Totally.
I'm in. As P.K. O'Hanley once said, if she smokes, she goes.
And she's a really good player too. I mean, she was on their Solheim Cup team, and I mean, she's a good player. She's apparently the best personality on tour. Like, I watched a little bit of the Golf Channel, preview stuff of the Women's Open, and they had a couple of the golfers on who were telling Charlie Hull stories. They're awesome. On the LPGA, I'm like, we got to get a camera and microphone on her. She's good, she's funny, and she's attractive. What are we not doing here? And the Americans had a horrible U.S. Women's Open. Only 2 of the top 35 finishers were American. It was amazing. It was like those tournaments they have in Hong Kong when only 6 Americans are in the field. It was incredible how every top American didn't play well. I don't know if I'd be in a hurry to go back to that course if I was the USGA.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for waking up with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Steve Carney. We'll talk a little Rays baseball on and off the field coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. Howie Karpin at the top of our 9 a.m. in the East, 8 a.m. Central hour. He's co-authored a book on sports phone, how 976-1313 launched careers and broke new ground. We'll talk to Howie about that book. By the way, great Father's Day gift. Don't forget Dad. 12 days, baby. Come on now. We deserve a little something for the effort. Mark, I'd just like to say we have a bunch of liars listening to the show today. Bunch of liars. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And I've come to that conclusion because so far 92% of our audience says they return their carts.
I think that's accurate. I think most people,
Seriously.
I think most people return their carts.
Seriously, when you pull into a grocery store parking lot or a Target or a Walmart parking lot, you don't see carts left everywhere. I do, everywhere. You think 92% of the audience returns their shopping cart?
It might be 85, but I expected
Wow.
this number to be a big number. I do love some of the text I've received. This guy says, it's so important to me, I'll park next to the cart corral so I can be a decent person and lazy simultaneously. I also return my cart, and if there's one on the way, I double stack it and return them to their spot.
Yes.
People give me a weird look because I'm young and return my cart. Everybody else just leaves it there.
The other day, I had 6 carts that I was returning. Because like I said, however many carts I can see from my car to the cart, you call it the corral, right? The cart corral.
Right.
I like your alliteration. Miller and Moulton, cart corral. We like that sort of thing. So however many carts there are between my car and the corral, I go and round them up. Never mind, while I'm rounding up, if a young lady or an older woman, is arriving at her car, I'll wait for them to be done with their groceries so that I can take their cart.
It's a little creepy.
See, and I say to them, I go, listen, I'm just being nice, returning the cart so you don't have to. Oh, okay. I give them space. It's not like I help them with their groceries or anything. I mean, I don't wait 3 minutes or anything. I'll wait like up to 20 seconds. I mean, if they're pretty much done, I'll just wait. I'll add it to the stack.
Well, I do think, there used to be a time, and I don't know why this is, we're over COVID by a long shot, but pre-COVID, you just grab someone else's cart. They're feeling, hey, I'll take that for you and take it right into the grocery store. No one wants to touch anyone else's cart now.
Oh, I know. I see people like grabbing the wipes and wiping down the cart.
Right. We've all become germaphobes just at the grocery store.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. The food falls on the floor. I pick it up and eat it. I mean, am I really going to wash the cart? I mean, I think it'd be a little hypocritical or stupid, I think, if I did it. So anyway, it's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
And a decent amount of votes, David. This isn't just like 10 votes that gets us to that number. So that's
of course not. No. This is non-sports. People are interested. Oh, yeah. Sports, whatever.
David Samson was honest with us. He said, if I'm 4 spots away, I'll do it. If not, there's not a chance.
I have to admit, I'd never heard anybody say that. Well, if I'm close. How close? 4 spots. If I'm within 4. By the way, today's Hug Your Cat Day.
Cats don't like to be hugged.
Thank you. I was going to say it's not Cat Day. It's Hug Your Cat Day. What the heck?
Find me a cat that likes to be hugged without taking a chunk out of your ear.
Well, you see, I've always found there was one person in the house that the cat would be like, okay, I'll let you do things I will not let anyone else do.
That's fair, because my daughter, our cats were in my daughter's room when we adopted them for a couple of weeks. They were her cats. She is allowed to do to the cats. Like, they look at the two of us like, really, you're allowing this? Because she can pick them up and do whatever they want, and they do not take a chunk out of her. If I did that, there would be scratches and bites all over the place.
So poll question, National Hug Your Cat Day. That's what's going on. I got to admit, I get into the whole U.S. Open qualifying thing.
Longest day in golf?
I love it. I love the fact. Now, I do think, you have to be, is it top 50 or top 60 in the world rankings? Like Adam Scott had to qualify, and he didn't. He's an alternate right now for the U.S. Open because I believe his world golf ranking was above 60, and now it is 60, but it was too late in getting to 60. So He's not in the U.S. Open. He had to qualify, and right now he's an alternate. I mean, it is remarkable. I mean, think about it. They had to give an exemption to Tiger Woods. So past champions, we'll let you go for 10 years? That if you win the U.S. Open, they let you play in it for 10 years, but
10.
it's not for life.
No.
Open championships for life. Isn't the PGA for life? Masters for life? Well, I mean, till you're like 60 or 65.
Right. They put age limits on it.
Right. I think the Open now has reduced it to 60. The Masters, they just kind of start putting pressure on you, kind of like, yeah, you shouldn't play anymore. You can't break 80. It used to be 65 for the Open Championship. They reduced it to 60.
And Tiger's going to get a special exemption for the U.S. Open and miss the cut by 6.
Probably. But I mean, to me, I find it interesting that he's not in. What, 3-time champion? How many times Tiger won the Open? 3 or 4? I think it's 3. U.S. Open champion.
And you think he should have a lifetime exemption for that?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely. Yeah, 3-time champion of the U.S. Open. I mean, there's only, 2 golfers who have won it more? And I've got him at 3. Maybe he's at 4. I mean, yeah, you're darn right. I mean, clearly a guy who's on the Mount Rushmore of golf. I mean, you want to put an age limit on it? Like Jack stopped playing the U.S. Open at 60. 2000 was, and the only major I think Jack played after 2000, he played the 05 British, was the British then, because he was 65 and it was last year he could do it. And I think Jack played, and it was at St. Andrews, and they put it there especially for Jack. 2-time champion there, a 3-time champion overall. So you don't think Tiger should have a lifetime?
I don't think anybody should.
Really?
No.
Wow.
You have to. It is the hardest tournament to win.
Uh-huh.
It is the most difficult to qualify for, and it has the best field in the world.
Really?
Okay, the PGA.
It's really good. I'll give it's a top 5 field in the world. I'll give you that.
And I love the fact that pros have to go qualify next to amateurs in these qualifiers to get in. I'm with you. I loved yesterday. I loved the fact that Adam Scott's playing against, some guy from Cypress Lake Country Club who's the teaching pro there trying to get in a major. That to me is fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. It's Adam Scott. I'm not even a Tiger guy. I mean, he's a 3, and I was right. He's 3-time, 2000, 02, 08. 2000 was at Pebble when he won by 15. 2008 was when he beat Rocco on the
So if you
broken
win
leg.
3 times, it's an automatic qualifier. If you win once, it's an automatic qualifier. And I'm being serious, David. I know you're wanting to do this because it's Tiger, and they gave him a special exemption because it's Tiger, which I'm borderline on that in and of itself.
Well, I don't think if you win it once, you get a lifetime. I don't. But multiple times? And I know that means that Andy North would have had he could have played it till whenever by my rules. But I mean, toughest test in golf, win it twice. I mean, I think you can count on 2 hands the number of guys who have won it 2 or more times. I mean, if you want to how about 3 then? We want to, because that's, I think, a handful of people who have won the U.S. Open 3 or more times. Hale Irwin did, Tiger, obviously, Jack, but.
Yeah, I don't need I don't need an automatic for the U.S. Open for life.
Okay.
Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and at
We were a little late there.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Steve, good morning. Mark Miller from Miller and Moulton. How are you? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I called a little early because I'm now a producer and left us, so I'm double duty. So I'm still getting used to everything here with the dials and the buttons and everything. So I'll put you on hold and we'll be up in about a minute and a half. All right. Thanks again for your time. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. He is a very hardworking and talented man. He's Steve Carney. He's part of the Lightning Radio Network. He co-hosts a terrific podcast about armed forces football, Army, Navy, Air Force, called Yards and Stripes. And he also covers Major League Baseball year-round with a focus on the Rays with the stpete9.com website. He's Steve Carney. Follow Steve on X at Steve Carney, Carney. Steve, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Well, we're good. Listen, Mark's got a bunch of on-the-field questions that he's fired up about. He was thrilled when we booked you because he's like, I'm glad you booked him. I got a bunch of Rays questions, but I got to ask you off the field. Is this a make or break month with this whole stadium project? I mean, don't we have a vote coming up?
Yeah, the vote looks like it's because of the amount of agreements that are out there and the length of these agreements. We've been told it's 367 pages worth. It looks like the vote may get pushed back to early July, but I think that, yes, now that most of the agreements are in the hands of the government officials, and you got to give these guys time to read some of these. This is the make or break, let's say, 6 weeks or so. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that.
Is there, a feeling, a sentiment? Do they have the votes? Do they have the support? I mean, is this still up in the air?
Well, I think that, with an 8-person city council that includes the mayor, I think that right now, if you were to take a poll, and I think the Tampa Bay Times has here locally, I think they have the 5 votes. It can't be 4-4. If it's 4-4, it goes down. So it has to be 5-3. And I know that Colleen Wright, the great writer here in town, who has been on the stadium for it seems like since the Sale Stadium was going up in downtown St. Pete when they wanted to do that back in 2009. She thinks that they have the 5 votes to get this done.
Well, obviously that is something we will keep our eye on. But on the field, this team, we talk about all the pitching and the injuries and all that, and pitching's coming back, and the runs allowed are not good, but they're not scoring. They had a record-setting home run season a year ago. If I read this right over the weekend, and the numbers may have changed, but they were on pace to hit like 93 less home runs than they were a year ago. That, from sitting where I sit, Steve, that's not good.
No, it certainly is not. And you're absolutely right. The power totals are down. Now, they're down across the league, so you have to take that into account as well. But they are down significantly worse than the league average is down for the Rays. And, yeah, that's not a good sign, because we all know that the way that runs are scored most often now in Major League Baseball is by the home run. So to have he's got Paredes is leading you in home runs, and not Arozarena, and not Brandon Lau, and not Josh Lowe, it can be a little bit concerning. And hopefully some of these guys, Sirius started to get warmed up, which is a really great sign. They've got Josh Lowe back. He was activated from the injured list on the off day yesterday, and so he'll play starting tonight in Miami, and that's always a good sign. And hopefully they can get some of the bats going to try and help with the pitching staff. The pitching staff will get a boost later this week, as Zach Eflin is expected to be activated for tomorrow's game. And so I think that getting some of these pieces back will help. Now they have to perform.
Randy Arozarena's hitting $162. I mean, this isn't April 23rd, and he's just off to a really slow start. I mean, we're 10 weeks into this now. $162. He's only 29 years old. I mean, Steve, is this just the worst 10 weeks of his career, or is Randy Arozarena broken?
Well, I think that it could be a little bit of both. And I think it all goes back to him making the decision to try and put on 15 pounds in his upper body and try and make himself look a little bigger in the upper body. I think that was a bad decision between him and likely his agent, Scott Boras. They said, hey, we need to put on some muscle to make because these are the guys that are making all the big money going forward. So I think that's probably a big chunk of this, and it's changed his swing, and it's made him look a little tight and rigid, and I think that's all bad.
You know, one of the other things, just digging through an article I was reading on the team, when everybody in the league is stealing bases at more efficiency than they've ever done before, at like 78, 80%, the Rays are at the bottom of the league, and they can't out-hit teams by hitting home runs if they're not stealing bases. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why run production's down here.
Yeah, I think they're being overly aggressive. They tend to be more aggressive than most, so their caught stealing percentage is always going to be higher than the rest of the league because they feel like that's what they have to do to try and compensate for not having Aaron Judge and Juan Soto in their lineup. So I really do think that, part of it is they're always more aggressive, but yes, they're running into as many outs. I remember, was it 2019 when they had all those outs on the bases? I think they've got the same sort of issue here this year. They're running into too many outs on the base paths, and they're not hitting enough home runs. I think it makes for a very difficult season so far.
Their run differential is awful. I mean, for a team that's only 2 games below 500, they're minus 53 in run differential. I mean, Steve, they're 4th worst in the league, and they're like 7th worst in baseball. Which do you think has a better chance of improving, their run production or their run prevention?
Unfortunately, I think it's run prevention. They're at minus 53 because they've had, I think, 3 games plus where, at least I can think of 3 games right off the top of my head where they've lost by at least 8 runs. And so there's minus 24 of the minus 53 so far. And so I think about, you've got to be able to get, run prevention. This has always been a run prevention and not a run accumulation type of team, but they've got to do both if they want to have any chance of being anywhere close to a wild card, and not being sellers at the deadline. I think that if they stay where they are, a game or 2 over to a game or 2 under, I could see them maybe 4 or 5 weeks from now looking at maybe selling parts here to try and look at 2025.
And you mentioned, run prevention. A lot of that is just giving up the long ball. They're one of the worst teams in the league and giving up home runs.
Yep.
And that should be something that is given help with the pitching staff coming back, right?
Yeah. I mean, Eflin is supposed to be back tomorrow. Jeffrey Springs was dealing with a lat thing, after his second complex league. He started 2 games in a complex league, really only worked a couple of innings, but then they decided to pause for a little bit because of some lat discomfort, but it looks like he's probably going to get restarted here in the next couple of days. Shane Boz is already back in Durham getting stretched out. He got to 4 innings on his rehab assignment, and then they sent him down once his rehab assignment time ended, so he could continue to get stretched out in Durham. He's up around 5 innings now. You're going to see Drew Rasmussen hopefully getting started here in the next, I would say, 2 or 3 weeks on his rehab assignment, and that's all big pluses.
Authorities in the Dominican have a month to file charges against Wander, or that's it. What if they don't? I mean, is there any talk whatsoever that, if that scenario plays out, like Trevor Bauer never had charges filed against him, nobody still wants anything to do with him. If the Dominican authorities don't file charges against Wander Franco, his administrative leave is up July 15th. Now then what? Can the Rays suspend him after that? Can baseball suspend him after that? I mean, is there any talk whatsoever about Wander Franco in the future?
There's no talk about Wander Franco in the future right now. You were right that once if the authorities of the Dominican Republic decide they're not going to file charges, his administrative leave is up July 15th, as you said, and then Major League Baseball will then get the opportunity to levy out its punishment. The league has said they are going to wait until the authorities in the Dominican are done, and then they'll levy their punishment. Once they levy their punishment, then the Rays have a decision to make. And I know that Trevor Bauer is, been a pariah, and I think a lot of that has to do with the circus that is around him. I've always said that for guys like Trevor Bauer, when the headache outweighs the talent, you're never going to find yourself a job, and that's why Trevor Bauer is pitching in Mexico. There's a lot of money tied up in Wander Franco. I can't see Stu Sternberg eating even a penny of it. So I have a feeling that if the Dominican government doesn't file charges with Wander Franco, you're going to see Wander Franco back in a Rays uniform after his suspension is done.
Steve, we meant what we said in the intro. Hardworking, talented man. Thanks for giving us a few minutes of your time, and hopefully we can talk again right around the 4th of July holiday.
That sounds good, guys. I appreciate it.
Steve Carney, follow him on X at Steve Carney, Carney, but he's part of the Lightning Radio Network. He covers Army, Navy, and Air Force football for Yards and Stripes, a terrific armed services football podcast, and he covers baseball year-round, stpete9.com.
Yards and Stripes is a great name for a podcast.
Yes, it is.
It really is.
Yep. Army, Navy, and Air Force football. If you are interested in that season, 81, 88, 93 are the football magic numbers. 81 days to week 0, 88 to week 1 of the college season, and 93 till Chiefs Ravens.
Boy, that end of that interview, if that plays out that way, awkward?
Well, here's what I think. And like some folks in the Twitch chat room are saying, well, if they don't press charges, would he be suspended for? I think, quite frankly, public relations, a bad look, any sort of involvement with a 14, 15-year-old girl. I think Major League Baseball, I don't think, even if the Dominican authorities don't press charges, I don't think you see Wander Franco this season eligible to play Major League Baseball. I do think, though, if there are no charges filed, Mark, Wander Franco will be eligible to play Major League Baseball in 2025.
I don't see how you would be able, yeah, you could keep him out. You could suspend him. I'm sure there's a conduct detrimental to the league type clause that MLB has, but for how long can you keep someone out?
Eventually they had to make a settlement agreement with Trevor Bauer where they could suspend him X amount of time, but then, he got paid. That's the other thing. The Rays, as you heard Steve say, that Stuart Sternberg, very unlikely to eat a dime. Well, that's a $192 million contract. That the big money hasn't kicked in yet. He's only on the books for $2 million this year. And they're still paying him, but still, it's a $2 million salary for this entire season. The big money hasn't kicked in yet. And if they don't charge him, Sternberg can't get out of the contract legally, most people don't think. And if you owed somebody 160, 70, 80 million bucks, wouldn't you play him? Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims.
No, Ed, that's not the case with Wander. He was an adult.
Yeah, he was an adult. I don't think it's as young. I think I probably shouldn't comment on this. I thought the age difference was like 5 years. I thought it was like 20 to 15, something like that, that it's clear one is still a minor, one is a young adult. By the way, Sonny, I that's if you're assuming that either are.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And just like that, we're past the halfway point of Miller and Moulton on this first Tuesday in June. Thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 81, 88, 93 are the magic numbers. How many days left till the start of, well, if week 0 counts for you, Florida State, Georgia Tech, then we're 81 days away from college football. If you wait another week, you're like, no. Come on now. Got to get everybody playing. All the conferences involved and what have you. Even if some of the matchups are, then that's 88 days away, August 31st. And 13 weeks from Thursday, 93 days away, Little Chiefs and Ravens action. So there you go. And our poll question, it was Mark's. He was inspired by an article that he read overnight. He said, we're doing this. We had this sucker up, I think, before we were on the air.
Yeah. Shopping carts. Do you take them back to the cart corral? It's that simple. And David thinks that our audience is lying.
Lying. Capital lying. No way. Either that or none of our audience shops where I shop. Let me tell you.
96% of our audience right now is saying that they returned their grocery cart to the cart corral or to the store after they finished grocery shopping.
Lying.
And a decent amount of votes, too.
Lying. No way. I'm dodging carts all the time. Target, Publix, occasional Walmart. I'm not a big Walmart person. It's too many people. Honestly, Walmart's the only place I can see more crowded than a 100,000 seat stadium. I honestly, I'm just like, nah. Too
big house or Walmart, and Moulton takes the big house.
Big house every time. I feel like I can get in and out much easier.
I mean, we have beat our audience down over the years on the 10 items or less, and you're expecting our audience to not return their shopping cart.
I'm just going by the lots that I pull into.
Have you ever cart shamed someone that throws it in the thing and, giving them grief or just a dirty look?
Yes. Yeah. Okay, especially when they do it parked right next to me. I literally will go, seriously? You're that lazy? Yeah, and so then I make sure that I walk in between my car and their car and slowly pull the cart out so they can't back up yet. And then I'll make sure I walk behind their car as I'm returning the carts to the cart corral. Oh yeah. It's the little things, Mark, in life that you get great enjoyment out of. Hey, so let's talk a little football. You okay with that?
Sure.
All right. Yesterday, hardest schedules for the college football season came out.
I saw this. This was the ESPN FPI or whatever, their football power index or whatever they call it.
I think that's what they do call it. Well done. All right. Mark, there's only one conference in America.
Apparently so.
I don't know if you're aware, but ESPN has all the rights to all of the SEC games, at least the home games. And so, Mark, there's only one conference that's playing major college football, and that's the SEC now. Because 9 of the top 10 hardest schedules in the country are made up of SEC teams. The hardest is Florida's. Mississippi State, Georgia, Kentucky, Auburn, Alabama, Oklahoma, Tennessee. Georgia Tech somehow, some way made the top 10 list. And then Texas. And remember, Oklahoma and Texas officially joining the SEC in less than a month. So 9 of the top 10 hardest schedules in the country in the SEC. And then, well, there is another conference, and I guess they have to start acknowledging it.
Wait a minute. Georgia Tech's on there?
Uh-huh.
Georgia Tech.
Number 9, Georgia Tech.
With Georgia State, Syracuse, VMI on their schedule.
Okay, well, but they have Georgia's a non-conference crossover. What's their ACC schedule?
It's decent. They have North Carolina, they have Notre Dame, they have Miami.
Any Clemson or Florida State?
Florida State they open with in Dublin.
Exactly, right. So,
and Louisville.
Okay. All right. So, think about it. Notre Dame's preseason top 10. Florida State's preseason top 12. Georgia's preseason top 5, if not number 1. I think Ohio State will be 1, Georgia 2. But so, they're playing.
I'm just having a difficult time saying that Georgia Tech's schedule is more difficult than Michigan's.
Michigan, by the way, 18th.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I want to know when they do this and before the computer spits it out, how they stack the SEC inside that computer. Because this is almost laughable.
Well, I think ESPN also released their preseason top 25 yesterday. And I believe 16 of the top 20 were either Big Ten or SEC. I think there's room for Notre Dame, Florida State, Clemson, and Kansas. I believe the highest rated Big 12 team in ESPN's preseason poll is Kansas. So, but just for the heck of it, here's the rest of the 25 hardest schedules in the country this year, according to ESPN's Football Power Index. 9 of the top 10 SEC, then Purdue, UCLA, Washington. Obviously, 2 of the 3 used to be Pac-12. They're now Big Ten. Vandy, Illinois, Ohio State at 16. I will say this. Isn't it nice to see, whether they're accurate or not, if they're not totally inaccurate, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, 3 of the top 16 hardest schedules in the country, even if you think they're off and they're overrating those schedules, still, they'd be 3 of the top 25, top 30? I mean, Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama. I mean, it's nice to see them having schedules, right? mean, Georgia's schedule last year was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. To be in the SEC and play a schedule that easy was very difficult to pull off, and Georgia managed to do it. South Carolina, 17, Michigan, 18, Michigan State, 19, A&M, Arkansas, Ole Miss, LSU. Boy, there's a lot of SEC schools there.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, Maryland. Yeah. For the record, I'm just doing some quick math. That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Mark, I've got 15 of the top 23 schedules in the country in the SEC.
It just means more, David.
Well, apparently it's just a lot harder.
Based on those numbers, this playoff should be an SEC versus SEC team every year.
Now, I'm having trouble figuring out who's not on the list. Kind of going through the SEC teams on my list here.
Arkansas on the list?
Yeah, Arkansas's 21. Ole Miss 22. LSU 23.
I'm just trying. I didn't recall you saying Arkansas. That was the only one I missed.
15 of the top 23. I mean, how many teams we got in the SEC now? We got 18, right? Did they have 14 and went to 16, or they had 16? Okay, so Oklahoma and Texas made 16. So 15 of the 16 teams are in the top 25 hardest schedules. I'm going through the Rolodex in my head right now, trying to figure out both Alabamas, both Mississippis. They're in it. Arkansas, A&M, LSU, they're all in it. Texas, Oklahoma are in it. So it's got to be Tennessee's in it. 8th hardest schedule. Florida's in it. Georgia's in it. Vandy's in it. Kentucky's in it. South Carolina's in it.
Auburn.
Missouri.
There you go. Missouri didn't make the list.
Missouri. So apparently the only team in the SEC that's got a decent schedule, a non-brutal schedule, is Missouri, who I believe ESPN has in their preseason top 10 coming off of last year. Even though they lose a couple of really important players, including like 4 defensive starters and that running back who led the league in rushing, the D2 kid. But anyway, so there you have it, Mark. But it's nice. I mean, I will say, it's nice to see Ohio State and Georgia on the list.
It is. And Georgia added Clemson this year.
Yeah.
They open with Texas. They play Alabama. I mean, their schedule is a legit schedule this year.
No doubt. And Ohio State has to go to Oregon. And obviously they got Michigan and they got Penn State. Well, you actually shouldn't say obviously anymore because the schedules are becoming unbalanced. I don't like the elimination of the divisions. Am I the only one?
No, I'm right there with you. I would have kept divisions. I would have tried to figure out how you play a crossover game. I don't know how you do it in the Big Ten. I mean, the Big Ten's a mess. I don't know.
It's hard. It's hard when you can call one of your divisions coastal and it can apply to either one. That's a problem. It is. If you had a sense of humor, you could have put the 4 Pac-12 schools in Maryland and Rutgers in one division and called it coastal. No.
The Ocean Division, the Lakes Division.
So anyway, only conference that's really playing football this year, Mark, the SEC.
Well, we knew that going in, David.
It
just means more. It just means more.
And nothing compares. Your schedule doesn't hold a candle to mine. Oh, we're in the Big Ten. Big Ten.
Never heard of it.
Right. Never
At least
heard
that's
of
from
it.
ESPN standpoint.
Yep.
Now, I'm sure if Fox Sports, if I were them, I'd have another one come out today where I had all the Big Ten schools be the hardest schedule. I'd combat this. There'd be meetings, David. I guarantee it. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf.
No. I think it was just Dr. Blitz didn't want me. Just lining up my scans. That was the doctor calling me. I had to take that call.
Don't worry, I muted you.
I saw that.
Oh, all right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
$21 past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You know, Mark, along the lines of that football power index, and there was a reason we mentioned the schedules first, is the second FPI that ESPN posted yesterday was teams with the best chance to go undefeated. Now, the first thing we have to acknowledge, though, is that this isn't as important as it used to be. And yeah, it'll likely get you a top 4 seed and a first round bye. But, I mean, you can lose some games now and make this sucker.
2 for sure.
You would think that, right? That if you're a power conference school and you put 10-2 up on the board, you got to like your chances. Not a guarantee.
No, because it's going to have to be with the way the scheduling quirks will be. It's going to have to always be the right 10-2. I mean, they're going to leave out. David, I don't know. In the Big Ten or the SEC, 10-2 is good enough.
I needed to clarify that because obviously 10-2 in the ACC. I mean, hell, if 13-0 wasn't good enough to get you in, we certainly can't assume, you know, hell, I don't know, 12-1 will be good enough if you're not the conference champ. But anyway, so yeah, if you're in the SEC or the Big Ten and you throw a 10-2 up on the board, you got to think you're in, right? Okay. So take it for what it's worth. Notre Dame has the best chance to go undefeated in the country, according to ESPN's FPI. Just under 16%. So they're saying basically if Notre Dame plays this schedule, definitely once out of 7 years, but maybe even once out of every 6 years, they'd put a donut up on the board. They'd go 12-0. Now, you know, didn't Notre Dame just make the schedule thing that we just did? No?
I don't remember you saying Notre Dame on that. You were rattling off teams pretty quickly.
Because I do know Notre Dame ends their regular season at USC. Now, it's been a long time which Notre Dame took a donut into that game, but in fact, I think there's a good chance CBS is going to do that game. But second best chance to go undefeated, Oregon. Now, what's interesting to me about that is Oregon hosts Ohio State. Isn't this then saying they think Oregon is favored to win that game? Now, Ohio State's also at Penn State this year. They're at Oregon, they're at Penn State. And I believe those games are like 3 weeks apart, too. It's like mid-October, first weekend of November. Never mind, any other games that are on the schedule. Oh, how they end the regular season. Wisconsin, Iowa. Don't laugh about Iowa. Seriously, Iowa's going to be favored in 11 of their 12 games this year. Don't laugh about Iowa. The only game they're not going to be favored in is at Ohio State. So Notre Dame, Oregon, Georgia, about an 11% chance. Once every 9 years, Georgia would go undefeated with this schedule. Ohio State, 7.5%. Penn State, 7.1%. And then Texas at just under 7%.
They also went through odds of securing first-round buys in the playoffs. Oregon is the team most likely to have a first-round bye. 36% of their calculations have Oregon getting a first-round bye. Georgia is second, Ohio State third, Texas fourth, Penn State fifth, Florida State is sixth at 21% of percent chance of a bye, almost 22. Then there's a clear line between Florida State and Clemson, who's at 15.5%.
Florida State given a little over 2% chance of going undefeated. By the way, Kansas and Liberty came in 9th and 10th, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, chances to go undefeated, both of them at just under 3%. But they have the 9th and 10th best chances in the country of going undefeated. Liberty, who last year played the easiest schedule in the country. There's 130 something. Well, they were 130 something in strength of schedule.
It's interesting because they also have the odds of group of 5 schools to make the playoff, and Liberty's fourth best on that. Texas San Antonio is first. Boise is second. App State third. Liberty fourth. And then Miami of Ohio is fifth.
So, just 80 plus days away from college football getting going. The media days are going to start up here. I think they're next month. But SEC, Big Ten. I know the Big Ten's in Indy. I think SEC's in Dallas. Boy, they are really, they are going all in on this Texas-Oklahoma thing.
You would think that would honk off the rest of the SEC.
I don't know.
But it hasn't seemed like there's been any sort of venom towards Texas and Oklahoma and the way the conference has catered to the 2 new entries.
I'm curious, does SEC fan go, this just makes us bigger and better? Welcome aboard, boys. Besides, you're going to find out it's a little tougher over here.
I think that's part of it. I think Gator fans looking at Texas and Oklahoma going, all right, let's see what you can do in our conference. Let's see when you're not playing Kansas State and Texas Tech and Baylor. See what happens when you got to play Alabama and Texas. You got to play A&M again. In the easy games, they're supposed to be Ole Miss and Mississippi State.
So Colin Cowherd brought up something that I actually think is interesting. I don't think it's just a talk show host bringing up, a topic to try to garner attention. He said, if you're USC, how much longer do you keep playing Notre Dame? And he goes, I know. one of the great rivalries, one of the top 10 rivalries, historically a very significant game. But because a lot was made out of USC apparently tried for the last couple years to get out of playing LSU this year to open the season. They desperately wanted out. And their reasoning was, it was right after they announced they were going to the Big Ten. They said, come on, we can't play this game. We'll buy our way out. How much is it going to cost? Our schedule's too hard. Big Ten and Notre Dame? Come on. And so if you go through USC's schedule, it's why I'm surprised that USC didn't make the list of top 25 hardest schedules. I mean, USC has to go to Michigan. They have to host Penn State. They do get to host Notre Dame. There's a lot of travel on USC's schedule, a lot of it. I'm curious, Mark, if you're USC, if you're running the show at USC, thinking forward, you're going to keep playing Notre Dame?
I would. I'm for history and tradition in this sport above all others. But I would understand the noise of people not wanting us to play Notre Dame. But I still have to believe that I can get to 10-2 with Notre Dame on my schedule if we have everything right. And if that's the case, then we're going to the playoff, and that's all that matters. Miller and Moulton.
And Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
Is that outside?
Yeah. That's they're picking up our garbage.
Wow. They're angry about it.
Irish football, I got to admit, it's a little early for me. I'd say a month from now, mentally I'll be there.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Howie Karpin will join us in a little more than 20 minutes' time. He's co-authored the book on sports phone. Those of us of a certain age go, oh, yeah, I remember that. I think what you'll find most interesting, even if you know nothing about sports phone, is how many pretty prominent sportscasters basically got their start recording sports updates on sports phone. Howie Karpin to join us in a little more than 20 minutes about that.
Did you apply to work for sports phone?
I did not. I don't think I was old enough. I think I just missed out. Maybe I was, but also since, I grew up in North Jersey, but I went to college in Northeastern Pennsylvania. So I wasn't as inundated in my teens. Okay. And so York-centric thing. And so I don't think I ever had it in my head like, well, how the heck am I going to work for sports phone? I'd have to somehow get back to the city. And that was, 2.5 hours. And so, no, I never did.
Just curious,
Yep.
because I know you love sports phone.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Until the phone bill arrived. Yep.
Did you take a whooping?
Nope. I just paid it. No, I just told my mom. I said, listen, Mets are on the West Coast. I don't know what to tell you. I got to get an update before I go to bed. Sorry. Or so whatever. I just, no. Because you got to remember, you didn't have the ticker. If not every Knicks and Rangers game was televised. I mean, just about every Mets game was televised on WOR in New York. Plus, they were on the radio, and I could sneak that and, put that under my ear in bed. But so, no, no. So I would just tell her, I'd go, listen, it's when it comes in, just let me know how much I owe you.
And she collected every month?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. She didn't have money till I went away to college. Which you
I can
go,
just see her with a shoe in one hand and her hand out going, I need $3.85
No.
or else.
No. Bill would come in and she would go, wow, you really used it this month. How much I owe you? About $12. Wow. Yeah, I really did. The best was when I watched the Mets at my grandmother Moulton's house, my dad's mom. She made me the Mets fan. And she only had rotary phones. And so to call sports phone, and when you're calling once, then you'd call 20 minutes later to get potentially another update and what have you. So to do it on the rotary phone, and then she would get the charge on her bill. And my grandmother was rolling pennies, between her medication and what have you. I mean, my grandmother had no money. So when I would say to her, I was like, listen, when it comes in, I will pay it. But at first she would get it on the bill. She'd be like, what is this? David, is this what you were talking about? And I mean, she would need the money. Like, I need it like now. There was no Venmo back in
Never
the day.
interested in a 900 number, but he was very interested in sports phone.
Yep. 976-1313. So Howie Karpin in about 20 minutes time for that. Hey, couple of news and notes. First off, Coco Gauff won. For those interested, French Open still going on. She advanced to the semis. So there are 15 states in the U.S. that do not allow high school athletes to get any NIL compensation. If they strike a deal, they lose their eligibility. That number is supposed to drop to 14 after today. The FHSAA is expected to pass a policy that will allow athletes in Florida to strike an NIL deal. What's your gut reaction to high school athletes being able to go out and solicit NIL?
I think there's a couple programs in Florida that just are going to get a lot better quickly.
They're already.
I don't know how Lakeland's ever going to get beat now.
I was going to say, St. Thomas Aquinas is going, well, we've been doing this for years.
A few public schools are going, we actually caught up with the private schools today because we can lean on the community a bit more.
Yeah, maybe they won't recruit our upperclassmen as much as they have. Maybe we can keep them now. So
I can see as a business owner in the smaller town where high school football is everything, sponsoring a kid. I'm too old to imagine being a high school kid getting paid to play sports. That seems so foreign to me. But as someone who's an adult, who's run businesses, if we were doing this show in wherever, where high school football is really big, I can see spending money on the quarterback to have him endorsing whatever for my company.
My gut reaction is, I don't like this. I understand we got it at the college level, but let's face it, that's a multi-billion-dollar business. Okay, so I get it there. But this is high school sports. Come on now. But here's the part of it. Right now, we're probably thinking football and or basketball. But to me, Mark, how many schools/school districts financially have issues? And they're looking to make cuts, save money. And when you get to an athletic department, what usually happens? Well, we're all in on football and or basketball. So where do the cuts come from? And I'm wondering if the best part of this going forward is that a Gateway Chevrolet cannot throw money at the quarterback, but maybe he could make sure that the girls' soccer team has the equipment that they need, and or some of the other secondary sports.
Help me out here, David. That's sponsoring the school. That's not name, image, and likeness. That's not doing anything for the. I mean,
Well,
it's keeping their
don't you
team
sign
on the
them all?
field.
Don't you just sign all the athletes? Don't you just sign all the athletes? Okay. You say to the coach, tell me what you're, tell me how many you have on varsity. I'll strike a deal with all of them. $1,000 with all 24 kids. Done. I'm just wondering. I mean, is that what you end up? Technically, come on now. You're staying within the letter of the law. The kids are getting NIL deals. They're just all getting them from the same place.
I'll tell you what. I played high school hockey, and I had to sell ads for the program.
Sure.
I would have much rather have gone to them and say, sponsor me.
Right. I'm just wondering. And couldn't you see it where, let's face it, you have a 10-year-old daughter. Now, you guys are, you're okay financially, but you don't have money to throw around to sponsor teams. Okay. Let's just say 5, 6, 7 years from now, your daughter's in high school and you have the money to throw a little bit around. Okay. And the school that she's in, the athletic department. And while she's playing on that team for those 2-3 years, that all of a sudden, now hopefully we're still doing a show. And who knows, maybe Miller and Moulton are the NIL for, I don't know, your daughter's high school soccer team.
It's what you keep describing as sponsoring a team, not NIL in the true sense of it. I mean, you are kind of mixing both things together, David.
Well, I'm threading the needle, in which I know this is technically not NIL, it's sponsoring a team, but the way we're going to do it is we're going to individually sponsor every kid on the team. That's NIL. That's NIL.
But unless the kids have to pay for their own equipment and jerseys, I don't know what that does for the program. And I'm not trying to make this a petty argument. I'm just trying to figure out how to, because someone on our Twitch, Michael in our Twitch chat room says this is basketball. And in Florida, where it seems you can transfer every quarter and play for a different high school.
You actually can.
The Wild West is Florida sports athletics, high school sports athletics. It truly is.
It is. I'm just wondering if that's the other part of NIL, and that maybe it could be used to help the secondary sports. In that sense, Mark, I would be for it. Because I never want to see kids and teams and what have you go away because of budgetary reasons. I mean, it's, we have the officiating shortage that we have. We have the coaching shortage that we have because they're all compensated so badly. I mean, there's enough things working against all youth sports that I'm in favor of anything that props up the stuff that usually falls through the cracks.
And I'm just seeing, the Tim Tebows of the world in high school when they were studs, rolling into school in their brand new Jaguar
no doubt. No doubt. And that's what I think we're all thinking.
That's what I see. I mean, I see, and I don't know. I believe Texas is one of the states where you can get NIL money as well.
Oh, yeah.
Can you see? We have 35, 40,000 seat stadiums to play high school ball in.
Yes, they do.
You think they're not going to be dumping some money into these cities?
Oh, serious coin. Yeah. I mean,
Whereas for all the great athletes we have in Florida and the great high school football we don't have the crowds that you have in Pennsylvania or Texas or some of the other states. Certain places you do.
Right, but for the most part, we don't. It's considering how elite the talent is. Yes, there's elite high school talent that plays before 837 people. Yes, I agree. Whereas in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Texas, they play before much bigger crowds. But just plus, you know me, Mark. Anything to keep the cost of parking down.
Yeah, after what you paid to go to the Panthers game,
Oh,
and didn't
man.
park in the mall is beyond me. Literally,
Just-
I told some guy I'm playing golf with yesterday was saying, yeah, my co-host went and parked $70 to park. He goes, why didn't he park in the mall? I go, I don't know.
because I wasn't alone. If I was alone, I would have parked. Hell, I would have parked in Palm Beach. I think an Uber would have been cheaper.
$70 to park for an event.
I know. For goodness
It's a little
sakes.
ridiculous.
Yes, it is. That's all right. The tickets were more. A lot more.
Well, you got them on the secondary market too, so
You know, had to.
that's goes with the territory there.
Had to. Yeah. But that's all anyway. So, a couple things may happen today. The guy in Major League Baseball, they think he's getting banned for life today, this 24-year-old Tucupita Marcano, an infielder for the San Diego Padres. They think he's getting banned for life. In state, they're talking about FHSAA. They're going to, which I got to admit, for the FHSAA, this is forward thinking. I mean, whoo. I mean, Mark, in the limited dealings that we've had to deal with them, I mean, this is not a forward-thinking group. This is a group that wants it to be 1958 again.
All over again.
Yes.
Except for the transfer rules. As long as kids can go to any school they want, whenever they want, that's a good thing.
Well, it's just like the NCAA. The power schools are on the committee. They got to make sure that they're taken care of. So, we could probably tomorrow ask it as a poll question. Are you in favor of high school NIL?
I think we should.
Okay.
Any poll question that's out of the way before the show starts makes me really happy.
Our poll question today, Mark got it in his head, and boy, did he get an answer. Come on, you didn't think the answer was going to be this, did you?
I thought it was over 90%. I truly did.
Wow.
I thought this was going to be incredibly one-sided, and I love the people who are coming back that say, that they're 50-50. The cart corral must be remotely close to the parking spot available when I get there. Otherwise, I'm not walking half the parking lot for a cart that I pay someone to collect anyway.
Our poll question is, do you return the cart to the cart corral? And there's a lot of liars out there today. Because what's it, around 94, 95%?
Yes.
It's ridiculous. You guys are lying. I am running into your carts all the time in the parking lot.
Michael in the Twitch chat room says, I don't do it. Never at Publix. They've got people they pay to do that, and they want to get out of the store, get a little time to themselves. So he's doing it for the worker, David. Not for himself. He's doing it for the worker.
I saw somebody on Twitch chat room say, yeah, all the time the place I'm at, I see the guys coming out to vape. I don't want to take that away from them. Unbelievable. Howie Karpin is next.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have
Hey. So what happened?
With what?
The picture's back. I can see you on that second camera.
I had taken I did a tweet from that computer and I didn't put it back to StreamYard. StreamYard will stay up when the computer went dormant, it took the camera off.
Gotcha. Okay.
Fortunately, it still worked.
Right. That's interesting to note.
Three minutes. That was just an ode. All right. Let's call this guy. Howie. This is Mark Miller from Miller and Moulton. How are you? Nice to meet you too. Thank you so much for doing this. We really appreciate it. It sounds fine. It sounds fine. I'm going to put you on hold. We've got about 60 seconds. I am double duty doing producing and hosting the show right now because our producer just left us. So I had to call a little earlier than I wanted to. So sorry for the early call, but we'll have you up here in about 60 seconds. Thank you.
Yinzer, we had David Samson on 2 hours ago. He said if he's within 4 spaces of the cart corral, he will return it. Otherwise, no.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And this is the Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, the bonus hour for the 239 and the 904. And we are thrilled to have on the show one of the smartest and hardest working guys I know in sports media. He's Howie Karpin. He's been an official Major League Baseball scorer going back to last century. He has authored or co-authored 14 books, the latest with Scott Orgera, 976-1313, How Sports Phone Launched Careers and Broke New Ground. Howie Karpin, Scott Orgera co-authored the book. Howie, it's David and Mark. Thanks for your time. How are you?
It's a pleasure to be with you.
Well, we are thrilled. By the way, you can follow Howie on X at Howie Karpin, Karpin. Howie, we asked this first question of every single author we've ever brought on the show in 18 years. Why? Why this book?
Well, no, for a number of years, people have been saying, a book should be written about sports phone. Sports phone was the pioneer to what you have today, digital, availability of scores all over the place on your phone, on your computer. When in the 80s, late 70s and early 80s, sports phone was the source to get your information. Now, the gamblers were the bread and butter, but you also had a bunch of sports fans who just wanted to know what their favorite teams were doing, especially with the late West Coast games. If you were on the East Coast, you had to either get your scores on the radio or some of the limited sportscasts that were around. So finally, my co-author Scott Orgera said, approached me because I was an alum and said, let's do this. And so we started to research it, and it turned into a book that's over 400 pages. We didn't realize what it would turn into, and it turned into a real, labor of love after a while. As you mentioned, I've done 14 books. This is the 14th, but this, I'm really proud of this work, and, people will love to read. That's for sure.
All right, the research. Where did it start? I mean, 400 pages of a book's a long book, so it seems like the research added on to more and more. What were the things you were discovering when you first started the research for this book?
Well, we approached it. Scott did the perspective of gathering scores because they reviewed some of the callers. We have some famous names in there, people that just called sports phone to get their information. For example, famous agent Lee Steinberg would call when the NFL draft was on to see where his clients would end up. I interviewed a lot of the alum because I was one of the alum. I worked there from 1980 to 1992. And the stories that came forth were so fascinating and fun to listen to and brought back great memories of the times that we had there, because it was a serious operation. Even though it was on the phone, it was run like a radio station. We tried to break some of our own stories. It's funny, we were on the phone, but we were using the phone, to get our information. So once that all came together, I mean, the stories were fascinating as I interviewed each alum. So that's where, that's how the book came together. Scott did his part. I did mine. And Scott deserves a lot of credit for the way it was formatted and ended up. And, the memories there are just unbelievable. I'm not where I am today without working at Sports Phone.
Howie Karpin, Scott Orgera, and Howie told me how to pronounce his last name properly, and I still botched it. Scott Orgera, Howie Karpin.
Okay, not a problem.
No, 976-1313, how Sports Phone launched careers and broke new ground. Well, quickly, who did Sports Phone with you?
Well, before I was there was Howie Rose, who now does the Mets. But there's a gentleman named Bullet Bob Meyer was doing the hiring in the late 70s, and also a gentleman named Guy LeBeau. If you look him up on Google, he was a sportscaster in New York. He was the first big name that really, worked there. He did a lot of the hiring. He hired Howie Rose. Al Troutwood worked there. When I was there, I ended up being a supervisor and had people work for me. A number of names like Bob Papa, who now does New York Giants football on the radio. Steve Cangelosi, who does soccer on TV, and he did a lot of the Devil games. The list is extensive. Chuck Cooperstein, who does Dallas Mavericks radio, he worked with me. The talent there was unbelievable that came through. And everyone was serious. We used to have great discussions in the newsroom, some serious sports discussions, and people were serious about their craft. It was fascinating to me because I started as an intern at WMCA under Art Rush Jr., a very famous sportscaster. He was a pioneer. He was the first black sportscaster on local TV in New York. and I met Art at WMCA, and he got me credentials to cover games as a professional. I ended up meeting the boss from Sports Phone, right place, right time. At that time, they were expanding. They only had they had like 3-4 lines: New York, Chicago, Detroit. Those three each had their own offices. We also did New Jersey Sports Phone out of New York, where they ran race results during the evening and the afternoons. And that was a big draw for the callers. But Sports Phone then went into cities like Atlanta, Boston, Rochester, Buffalo. So they needed announcers. I was fortunate to get in on the ground floor there, to start my career. So, I mean, if you look at the book and the names that are in there, it's so extensive. And the people that launch, as the title says, launched their careers, the list is amazing.
How were you getting the scores? Was it the old UPI ticker? Were you calling press boxes? Give us the inner workings of how you were getting the information when it wasn't readily available to the rest of us?
Well, you hit on it. We called for scores for certain places, but we also had people set up as our stringers in certain cities. Like, for instance, in Boston, we had the late Carl Bean, who actually became a Fenway PA announcer and was on the mic when the Red Sox finally broke their curse and won their World Series, first time in 86 years. But he was our guy in Boston, so he would call in the Red Sox, the Patriots, the Bruins, and the Celtics scores. We had certain stringers in each of the cities. Now it got really extensive when college basketball and college football seasons, because you had so many schools. We had steady stringers there, but we also had to call for scores. So yeah, we would call press row. We had an extensive list of numbers because we were updating every 10 minutes. Plus, you had a lot of times we had college kids answering the phone, so it wasn't annoying to them every 10 minutes to get a call for an updated score. They actually loved it. They loved doing it. But then, you had some people who would get annoyed, occasionally, where, they get a little testy on the phone. But that was the process. Every 10 minutes, we'd actually conference with our Chicago and Detroit brethren on a conference call, and we would exchange scores. They would have theirs. They would cover their games. We would cover ours. And, then we'd trade off and then go in and do our updates in the booth. And this went on, all through the night until the games were over.
How much was a call?
In the beginning, it was 10 cents. Then it went up to a quarter. The place that ran it, it was called Phone Programs, Inc. They didn't get a real percentage of the calls in the beginning. And then later on, when they started to get a percentage, it went up to 25 cents. And, that a lot of people would tell us when we were doing the research, when they, their phone bills would come back and there'd be extensive charges on their phone bills. Usually they were much younger at the time, so they were running up their parents' phone bills, and sometimes people would get a whole bunch of quarters and go to public phones to make the call so they wouldn't run up their phone bill. So it was 25 cents, and then there came a Sports Phone live line where there was actually a live anchor who, the longer you stayed on the phone, the more you got charged. It was almost like if you remember Monty Python, they had a skit called Blackmail where they ran a film of a promiscuous, tryst, and the guy who was being affected would have to call in to stop the money from running up as long as the film ran. So that was kind of a similar situation where if you stayed on Sports Phone Live, you were running up your phone bill. But to some of the gamblers who had big money on some of these games, it was worth it because they were getting instant updates right away from the live anchor.
Was it profitable, and for how long?
I assume it was profitable. I only worked there. I didn't make any profit off it myself. But I left in 92, and then it lasted until 2000. Once WFAN came in New York, it was getting to be obsolete because obviously people could get their information for free just by turning on the radio. They didn't have to dial the phone. A guy named Don LaGreca, everybody knows, is on Michael Kay show on the S Network, and it also does the Ranger games. he kind of took it over after I left, and it stayed up until about 2000, and that's when it went under.
Howie Karpin, who with Scott Orgera co-authored 976-1313, How Sports Phone Launched Careers and Broke New Ground. Howie, how can people get the book? It sounds like it would be a great Father's Day read.
We're very flattered that a lot of people that have read it said they can't put it down, which is almost the ultimate compliment. Scott put up a website called 9761313.com. If people want to order it, they can look there. It's also on Amazon, and it's in some of the stores in Barnes & Noble. So, but to go to the website is probably the way to go. It gives you a little explanation of the book, a little background, and also a way to order.
Howie, I hope your family is well. Thanks for making time for us. All the best, and look forward to talking to you again.
Oh, my pleasure. Great to be with you, and you guys keep up the good work.
Howie Karpin, he's been with SiriusXM since their beginning. He is basically the official scorer at Yankees games and has been doing it since the late 90s and has authored and co-authored 14 books.
And described you to a T during that. As a kid running up to his parents, in your case, your mother's phone bill.
And Grandma Moulton. David, I can't afford this every month. Got to the point where I would leave her money. Okay. I would caddy and make money and leave her money and say, Grandma, I think this is going to cover the bill. Miller and Moulton, thanks for being with us.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for
Shane just popped in. Might actually have my stuff done today.
Okay.
How about that? I would expect it to be tomorrow, but.
Oh my goodness. I wish I'm reading an article about sports phone and it's in the book. I don't know if I should wait for on the air for this, but the day Gretzky scored his 50th for the first time, and I think he did it in like 39 games, which was the fastest anyone had done it. Howie Karpin called Edmonton wanting to interview Gretzky. 2 hours later, Wayne Gretzky called Sports Phone. They interviewed him, played the interview. Because, we're talking like what, 81 or something like that?
Sounds accurate.
According to this article I'm reading, Sports Phone was getting 4 million calls a month in the early 80s.
Huh.
Between all their places.
That's
New
$1 million at a quarter call a month.
New York, Detroit. Now, I'm guessing at the time that's probably 10 cents, but New York, Detroit, Chicago. Linda Cohn got her start on Sports Phone. I will say just about every major New York pro sports team today has somebody who was a part of Sports Phone. Gary Cohen of the Mets.
I just remember that there were press box phones and that you could call the press box phone and get a score. Think about that. Phone ringing in the press box. Hello, what's the score?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Apparently, this is also in the book. So some of the guys who were working in the New York office provided updates to, like, on the Atlanta.
We're coming back.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. I don't know if we'll have a pick or two or a sprinkle or a boost. We still have no hoop, no hockey. I mean,
no double headers.
And no double headers. I mean, we could bet the Florida-Oklahoma softball game. But anyway, we got time to figure it out.
You know what you'd have to lay in that?
To take the Gators? Or
no, you'd be getting
big
odds take the Gators. I wonder when the last time Oklahoma, and I'm being serious, I don't know, and we probably could have done this during the break. How long has it been since Oklahoma's lost 2 games in a row?
Whew. I don't know. Maybe this year, because they lost 7 times or something like that. So maybe it was this year. Because heck, didn't they last year only lose once all year? I mean, so yeah. Hey, they hadn't lost an NCAA tournament game in 4 years till the Gators beat them yesterday. They'd won 3 straight national titles, had won every single game and every single round. And then they had swept their way through the tournament this year, getting to the semifinals, if you will. And they won their first game, and the Gators beat them, scored a run in each of the first 5 innings, pounded them 9-3. So Florida, Oklahoma today, 2:00, 4-letter network. Winner plays Texas in a best of 3 for the Natty. So listen, I'm not doing this to shamelessly plug Howie Karpin's book. I know Howie a little bit. I like him. He's a really good dude. Linda Cohn got her start on SportsCenter, on Sports Phone. Okay. Just about every single booth of a New York pro sports team today has somebody who did something on Sports Phone. Chuck Cooperstein, who does the Mavs, going to do the NBA Finals for Mavs Radio. Okay. Got to start on Sports Phone. They changed their names if they were working in the New York office to do the same update for the Atlanta edition of SportsPhone. Okay? Bob Papa was Scott Randolph. John Giannone was John Gannon. Karpin changed his name to Johnny Lee to do the update. Like, if your name was Howie Karpin, you think the info was bad? Besides, you got a New York accent.
But they probably wanted each market to sound as if it was its own with its own people.
I got you. But, I mean, you're a gambler. Do you care? I mean, honestly.
No.
You take the info from Greenland.
You're a 14-year-old. Do you care?
No. Howie Karpin. Who's this Howie Karpin guy? I don't know, but he told me the Braves beat the Dodgers. Okay, that's all I need to know.
He sounds a lot like Johnny Lee. That's all I know.
So, and apparently you asked, about the business end of it. So I was reading an article on SportsPhone, 976-1313 during the break. And apparently at its peak, because they, as Howie mentioned, offices in New York, Chicago, Detroit, they branched out, Boston, Atlanta, 4 million calls a month was their peak.
At a quarter a call, that's not bad.
If it was a quarter at that point in time, like he said, we started as a dime, we went to a quarter. But do the math.
Somebody was making a lot of money on gamblers, not just the bookies.
And at the time, I mean, I read like some of the wages like these. We got to remember, this is early 80s. Minimum wage is $3.35 in our country. I mean, some of these guys were cutting their teeth. They were being paid $5 an hour. I mean, Mark, okay, when you start out making minimum wage and somebody offers you like $1.50 more than minimum wage, you think you're rolling in it. As a teen, as a college kid? I mean, $5 an hour in 1982. What's that got to be? Over $20 an hour now?
Probably.
Just to be like a junior in college, cutting your teeth, doing SportsPhone?
Doing SportsPhone. Calling press boxes, getting scores. Well, I remember when I first worked in pro hockey that there was a phone. There was a landline in the press box. That's how, that's you in the news.
Totally.
Calling the press box phone. You might have shot highlights, but you're calling the press box phone to get a final score because it's the only place you could get it.
Yeah, if the game wasn't on the radio, I had to call the press box, hoping somebody answers it. Hey, this is Dave Moulton, Channel 22, WYOU. What's the score? We did it high school football all the time. The team doesn't call in the score, you call the press box, hoping somebody cleaning it up. The game's over, just answers it. Hey, did you get that Old Forge Valley View score? Yeah, Panthers won 20-14. You just hope they were right. Okay, thanks. Apparently, there was a story in the article I read also. Howie Karpin, we had him for 12 minutes. He didn't get around to this story. I have to assume it's in the book. So Gretzky scores his 50th for the first time, and he did it in like 39 games. He shattered the record. Karpin calls the Edmonton press box. Says, hey, can we talk to Wayne Gretzky? And they said, well, they're busy right now, but he'll call you back. 2 hours later, Gretzky calls Karpin in New York. They do an interview with Wayne Gretzky, played it on 976-1313.
Can you imagine how honked off the gambler was having to listen to that interview just trying to find out what the score of a game was? All I want is the Vancouver LA Kings score. I don't need to hear from Gretzky right now.
I got to sit through this interview until I get the Winnipeg score. Right. Mm-hmm. I remember. I mean, they would last like 3.5 minutes. When it was really busy, when everything was going on, those updates, they took a while. And you're right, Mark. You're listening for one score. It's like the school closings. Remember, either on the crawl on TV or on the radio, and you knew the order in which they were coming, and you had to sit through the whole damn thing. Are we open? Are we delayed? Or are we closed?
You know me, I'm a Catholic school kid. I knew we were closed.
Yeah.
They shut us down early.
We were one of the last to be closed. My mother's school wasn't. They got delayed and closed, middle of the pack. Our school district was one of the last.
But sports phone 976-1313.
How it launched careers and broke new ground is the book. Okay. It's all accounts. It's a really entertaining read. And I'm sure there's some of you of a certain era who's like, what the are you guys even talking about? Hey man, when's the first time you remember seeing a sports crawl on TV? Because I don't remember it until ESPN2.
That was it. ESPN2 was the first day. That's why you put it on late at night, because they had the crawl. ESPN wasn't doing the crawl. ESPN2 had the crawl.
I believe ESPN2 debuted around 93.
That's exactly right. My second year with the Atlanta Knights, and we did a big thing with them in downtown Atlanta for the launch of the Deuce, because I worked for a hockey team.
So think about that. We didn't have the internet. You couldn't go on the internet in 92, 93 and get your scores.
Nope.
There's no television station. Outside of local news, and once ESPN did Sports Center and they did that game, it's not like they referenced it again in that hour.
Only could get so many on headline news. They only had so many seconds to do that.
And then you had to wait another half hour. Damn, I missed it.
Nothing worse than going to headline news and missing the first 30 seconds and knowing you missed exactly what it was you wanted to go down there for.
It's brutal. CNN, headlines, sports.
Was it 22 and 52, or was it 28 and 58? It was very late in the show. I do know that.
Yeah, it was. I think you were right first time. I think it was because they had to give themselves time to do it. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. It's all coming up.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken
I'm going to try to do more of that. I'm going to try to, get more authors on. I think, the 9:00 window opening up, in a sense, I think could help us there.
By the way, that's probably a best of segment. The Howie interview.
Sure. You could follow it up with the next one too. Well, yeah, I mean, you could.
We really have to be conscious of that because we're going to have to state exactly what that is now, David.
No.
It's funny sitting here. The show goes by a lot quicker for me, but it's a lot more taxing.
I could see where it would be. Sonny, Channel 5 in New York would ask us 2 or 3 questions, and it would be at 10:00. Okay. Do you know where your kids are? Have you hugged your child today? Those are the 2 questions I remember. And it was always leading right into the 10:00 news on Channel 5. Because 5, 9, and 11 did 10:00 news. The others were the affiliates. They did 11:00 news.
It is the Gen Xers' little motto when they start talking to the TikTok news. It's like, do you realize on television they literally would ask our parents if they knew where we were?
Right.
We grew up differently than you did. The latchkey generation.
Tell you what, Yinzer, you want to do an hour on Beano Cook? Get Tim Brando. Throw one in underhanded about Beano Cook, and you could literally go grocery shopping. Title is Haven't They Suffered Enough?
This is weird. The other thing doing the show is that I need my glasses kinda, but things are far enough away where they're out of the. It's a mess. WGN was a superstation in the 90s.
Darn right.
WGN, WOR, and TBS.
I think OR stopped being a superstation first.
Yeah, there's no question. That was the one I lost the earliest, David. All right, we're coming back.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Thanks for being with us. It is the Diamond District bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Seth Everett, Pat Kerwin, among those that will be on our show tomorrow. So Pat in June and July will be once a week, and he'll be on Wednesdays. And he'll be in the 8 o'clock Eastern hour.
And in August, he'll be when we can get him.
Right, because he'll be doing his training camp tour. So for 3 weeks, it'll be, hey, I'm available. Where are you? I'm in Washington. Okay, let's go. So there you have it.
To take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry, here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
I didn't even give you a chance if you had anything else to say there. I just jumped right in.
Yeah, no, I know. It's your segment.
I don't know about that. I just was quick on the draw today. 1896 we start. Henry Ford took his new car out around Detroit and drove around.
Huh, what was it called?
1919, the 19th Amendment. Women given the right to vote today in 1919. 1927, the first Ryder Cup. We dominated 9.5 to 2.5. Eisenhower cancels D-Day for tomorrow, today in 44, because of weather. It was supposed to be on June the 5th.
Mm-hmm.
1984, David, all the way back in the 80s, Arnold Palmer fails to qualify for the U.S. Open for the first time in 32 years.
Arnie in 84 was, I think, 54, for whatever that's worth. He only won the U.S. Open once. We talked about this earlier. We're talking U.S. Open qualifying and how Tiger needed a special exemption this year because he's not qualified. His world golf ranking is terrible because he's hardly playing, and when he plays, he's not playing well. And his last major, he won the U.S. Open in 2008, but he won the 2019 Masters. That got him in the next 5 U.S. Opens, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So he was not eligible this year. I argue as a 3-time champion, never mind on the Mount Rushmore of golf, he should be exempt.
And I say it's the U.S. Open. And I like their rules. The other thing that happened in 84, David, was this guy named Springsteen released this little album called Born in the USA.
It did pretty well.
Pretty well.
Right.
He's a rock star without it. He's a superstar with it.
Correct.
Is that a fair analogy for you?
Very much so.
The Springsteen guy?
That was his crossover album.
Edwin Moses' 122 race streak ended today in 1987. Nearly 10 years of winning the low hurdle.
That's pretty good.
I mentioned yesterday that the students amassed themselves at Tiananmen Square. Today, well, the Chinese did their part. They massacred them. Over 1,000 died. And in 2008, the Red Wings went in 6 over Pittsburgh. Them were the days, David. Going to the cup final damn near every year. Conference final, the bare minimum.
Yep. That's when they were hockey town, Mark.
Yeah. Now we're in the hockey state.
That's the last one for the Wings, right?
Yes, it is.
Tomorrow, by the way, on the show, maybe tomorrow, maybe Thursday, because let's face it, I'm a goober. Which you could translate that sometimes to be loser. But I did some research, although a lot of it was off the top of my head, and then I confirmed it. How long all the NBA and NHL teams have gone since they've won a championship.
That's what you did yesterday, huh?
I did it actually Sunday. During the intermission of Dallas Edmonton. I did it during the 2 intermissions.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Does that make
At least you didn't do it during the... No, that's fine. During the intermissions, it sounded like you spent more time doing that than I did playing golf yesterday, and I was about to worry about it.
Does that make me a loser?
Gorilla Monsoon would have been celebrating a birthday today.
Okay.
Xavier McDaniel is 61, and Angelina Jolie is 49.
Oh, the X-Man. Love the X-Man.
The
Okay.
X-Men
Remember, also, he shaved his head. It wasn't common to shave your head when the X-Man shaved his head.
loved the X-Men.
I do too.
What did I miss, David?
By the way, how old's Angelina Jolie?
49.
She seems really determined to bring down Brad Pitt's good name. And she's got some of her kids, their kids, who seem determined also. If you're paying attention, he's, they're just saying, not necessarily the most flattering things about Brad Pitt. 1876 is the only thing I got. An express train from New York to San Francisco.
The Express.
The Express in 1876.
Coast to coast. How long did it take?
83 hours.
That's an express.
That's 3.5 days.
It's not bad.
Especially 150 years ago.
Right.
I think that's pretty good. Okay, to give you an idea, okay, when Thomas Jefferson, much earlier in the century, at the beginning of the century, it took him 10 days to go 225 miles via carriage. So to think 70 years later, they had a train, they built the tracks, and they said, come on now. You want to go coast to coast? 3.5 days. Let's go. So.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
All local.
Okay.
Teenager in Southwest Florida. Natasha Argowal was in 8th grade when the idea popped into her head. She began reading more books. Then she realized kids don't have access to books like she does. So she started collecting books, doing books drives. Her goal was to collect 100,000 books in 3 years. She did it. And then some. Collecting over 100,000 books in that time. Now, Believe in Books is the name of the organization that she started. She has several chapters all over the country with the same mission to inspire reading to children. And that's where you can get the books. So good for her. For the bad, we go to Naples, Florida, where Jeffrey Cheffrey. What a name. No wonder he's a bad dude. He's 46 and he stole some golf clubs. Then he threw his golf clubs in a BMW and took off. Police chased Treffy. He crashed through a metal gate and a security bar and sped off at nearly 100 miles an hour. Then he crashed the car into a curb and a ditch before stopping near a retention pond. Then he jumped into the retention pond to avoid being arrested. After 20 minutes, he didn't get out of the pond. Marine Patrol was requested. He finally got out of the water and was abruptly hit with a stun gun. This was all for stealing golf clubs. Not sure how he got the Beamer.
Yeah, really.
Finally, the ugly, we go to Lehigh Acres, where a 14-year-old girl stole her grandmother's car, then crashed it into a light pole and then ran away. She totaled the car. Fortunately for her, she did not suffer any injuries, and Grandma's not pressing any charges. David, you are now a grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
Your granddaughter steals your car, crashes it into a pole. Are you pressing charges?
Pressing charges? No. No, I'm not. No, she's done. Okay, I mean, done. Done. Okay, in fact, that would be the ultimate. Wife and I would be negotiating, and I would say we have two choices. Okay? Let her walk. She never steps foot in the condo again. Ever. Dead to me. Okay? Or
your granddaughter.
I understand. I'm not, and now she wouldn't be dead to me, but she wouldn't step foot. She wouldn't step foot in the condo. Okay, I'd see her on my terms. Or no, we just hey, car was stolen. And it would depend if, you know what, I think maybe she needed a little tough love.
Fair enough.
You?
I would never press charges onto my family. I wouldn't. But boy, oh boy, that vaults way past I'm disappointed in you. I don't know what words you could say to inflict the type of guilt I would want to inflict on my granddaughter or grandson for doing something like that.
All right, I'll be serious for a second. I don't know how long she could be held, but I would put a lot of pressure on my daughter to no. Let her sit. Let her stew. Like, I think what I might do is press the charges. They arrest her, hold her 48 hours. And then I'll just say, you know what, we're dropping the charges. But I think maybe, and that would be my negotiation. I would say, oh, no. She's going to do 48 hours in lockup somewhere. No. She needs to think about this.
Well, and at 14, too, you're throwing her in juvie, too. So it's not like you're sending her to county.
No, but I have to admit, it's probably a tougher place than she's ever been in her life.
There's no question.
Unless she wants to do 2 days, catching grief from her grandfather, which could be tougher than juvie.
Our poll question today was, do you return your grocery cart to the cart corral or the store after you finish grocery shopping? 92 of 100 of you take your carts back. David Moulton thinks a good 30% of that are lying through their teeth.
I thought it would be more like 80-20. I really did. No more than that. This is ridiculous. No way. They're littered. They're all over the lot. Unless it's possible that the women are doing it and the women don't listen to the show. Maybe, you know what? Maybe once again, maybe this is the time in which men get a bad rap. Maybe men return the carts.
David is not afraid to cart shame at the grocery store?
Not at all. Not at all.
I leave my shaming for the express aisle only, not in the cart, but I'm not afraid to give a dirty look.
Oh, I just flat out said, are you serious? Okay, seriously. I had a guy leave one recently in which it was like touching my front bumper. Now, I mean, it didn't do any damage. I mean,
Right.
Rubber bumper and, what have you. But I mean, literally, he just put it there. And we were probably about 6 spots away from the cart corral. Couldn't walk it. Couldn't do it. So, yeah, darn right I heckled them. Actually used an expletive after a lazy.
I am so afraid of any confrontation now, I don't even try. For you who doesn't have road rage anymore because you're afraid everybody's packing, yet you have parking lot rage where you're standing still.
But I could see on them whether they're packing or not. But you're right. Oh, no. I last time I used my horn, I think it was the Clinton administration. Oh, no. I don't beep at anybody. You could run into me and I'd be like, hey, man, sorry. Sorry that I got in the way of your car after you rolled that light. I'm sorry. Rays and Marlins going to play a little 2-game series in Miami. Rays got to be thinking, listen, we got to sweep this and get to 500. It's pretty much a pick 'em for what it's worth. There are 2 really good series. Kansas City and Cleveland, separated by 4 games, 5 in the loss column. They're beginning a 3-game set in Cleveland. And the Brewers and Phillies, actually 3 series. Brewers and Phillies continue their series. Mark, Twins are at the Yankees. Come on now, death taxes end.
The Yankees beat the Twins, baby. That's what happens.
So I know the Yankees are like minus 170. Do you just bet them every night?
Every damn night.
Gators, Oklahoma softball, 2:00 ESPN. Winner plays Texas in a 3-game series for the Natty.
See if the Gators can do something not many teams can do. That's beat Oklahoma 2 in a row. Beat Oklahoma twice in a year, for crying out loud.
Be remarkable. Seth Everett, Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. Thanks so much for listening. We are Miller and Moulton and millerandmoulton.com.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy
All right. You ready to do this promo?
Yeah.
Oh, Seth and Pat. That's a good show.
Yeah, we'll get more.
I'm not worried about that, but I'm just.
We'll get at least one more because that's basically the 8 o'clock hour done.
Yep.
We're still live, by the way.
Oh, yep. Hang on. Let me end this. Thank you.